Testing. One, two. I was like, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, hi everyone. Welcome to the first session. Hello. Okay, cool. So this first session is going to be a panel tracking minerals in conflict zone, and I will let the moderator take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leanna. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Very excited to be here. My name is Alex Costura. I work with Consensus. For those who don't know, Consensus is a venture production studio that works on the Ethereum blockchain, building developer tools, infrastructure, and most importantly, applications that people actually use the blockchain. So I'm very excited to moderate this panel. Have two exceptional panelists here with me today. And we only have 35, maybe less now, minutes, so I'm going to just get right to it. But I want to make this conversational, so we'll get to questions as soon as we can. And I'm going to actually ask the panelists first to introduce themselves, your role and organization, and then why you're here, why you're excited about a blockchain-enabled solution in your field. Okay. So Lauren, do you want to go first?
Sure. My name is Lauren Roman, and I am with Everledger. And Everledger is a 3-year-old global startup that built the first blockchain platform to validate the provenance of diamonds to prevent blood diamonds. And its leader is, and now we're leveraging those platforms for many other high-risk or high-value assets. Leanne Kemp founded Everledger and has a 20-year history in technology and successful startups. And she worked with the Everledger team to develop this platform. And most of you are familiar with the issues of diamonds coming from conflict mines, blood diamonds, the infamous Leonardo DiCaprio movie. And so we are leveraging not just blockchain, but also advanced technology combined with blockchain to be able to prove that what I have in my hand actually came from the source that the manufacturer is saying that it came from. So we're now applying a similar framework to other high-value assets like wine and art. My background is in electronics lifecycle management, and there's a lot of risk around electronic supply chains on the upstream and the downstream. So upstream to manufacturing, we have issues around conflict minerals, counterfeit parts. And on the downstream side, when electronics come to end of life, there's a lot of global social issues about where that scrap might wind up with the hazardous components hurting people and the environment. And so we want to be able to validate the full life cycle of the electronics. So that's my forte.
Christina?
Hi, good morning. My name is Christina Villegas. I'm the Director of Mining at PACT. PACT is a We're a global NGO. We often say that we're the biggest NGO you've never heard of. We have 5,000 people. We have 40 country offices, and it's been around for 45 years. We focus on health, natural resources management, and livelihoods. And within the natural resources management cone sits this Mines to Markets program, which I direct. And we work in 12 countries, from Congo, Rwanda, Colombia, Ethiopia, Myanmar, and everywhere in between. And we work on tin, tantalum, tungsten, cobalt, copper, lithium, diamonds, colored stones, like sapphires and rubies. And we work on things like the soft and the technical and the hard areas of mining, reducing child labor, for example, assuring things to be conflict-free. So we operate the world's largest conflict-free assurance program from artisanal and small-scale miners. So half the world's tantalum. If you have a smartphone, which I'm sure everybody does in this room, we have literally touched the inside of your phone because of the tantalum inside. So we are in the pits. A lot of mud, and we work with the population, mainly population called artisanal and small-scale mining, which I can talk about in a moment, because that's where a lot of the challenges, the sourcing challenges come from. So I'll pause there.
So actually going to stay with you. If you could just, I think, the best, we're talking about a use case here, and I think the best way to approach it is actually to start with defining the problem statement, helping us understand that. So can you kind of contextualize what are the issues specific to the upstream with tracking minerals? And you said artisanal and small-scale mining, right?
Yep.
ASM. So tell us a little bit about the issues in that as well.
Yeah, sure. So ASM, it has the word artisanal in it, which some people are like, oh, it's not like artisanal cheese or artisanal beer. It's so artisanal mining is actually the biggest part of the mining sector. Most people have never heard of. It's about 90% of all labor in the mining force are artisanal and small-scale miners. That might be shocking. They produce about 10% of all mineral output, but it's 90% of all labor. So it's highly inefficient. People use often shovels and picks and human strength to dig minerals out of the ground. And when they start getting more financing, then they start hiring things like compressors or excavators or bulldozers, dump trucks. That becomes small scale. But yeah, they have they face some really significant safety issues, sudden flooding in underground tunnels. Jumping off, boats in the middle of the river, fast-moving river, to scoop up in a bucket gravel to then sieve later. But you can imagine the safety hazards there. Shafts that are literally hundreds of meters deep. And long-term and short-term issues like silicosis and increased exposure to TB. So one of the things that I'm really excited about for blockchain is, this movement for ethical consumer goods. Blockchain can help consumers know where their stuff comes from and push large industries to do better. So we work a lot right now in IT. We're working more in jewelry. But cosmetics and auto and other sectors have a long way to go, and transparency is a tool to then improve the conditions on the ground. And that's why I'm so excited about blockchain, and that's why PACT is really focusing on getting our work onto the blockchain technology.
Great, thank you. So Lauren, I'll let you follow up and maybe help us. So Christina explained some of the issues on the ground and also your excitement for what blockchain can provide. Why don't you kind of unpack that a little bit for us, and where does Everledger fit into these types of issues? What can blockchain as an emerging tech really do in this space?
Okay, well, we are just starting to work very closely with PACT, and we're very excited about that because blockchain isn't magic. We need to have the solid information, boots on the ground, and with an organization like PACT, and with all of their deep experience in the societies and the conditions and the technology limitations and everything in all these different regions of the world, it's just invaluable to us. So, and Christina will talk a little bit at the end about how we're working together. But blockchain requires trusted players validating material identity and movement. And it's not just the blockchain, there's other technologies, as I mentioned before. So identification is, you have to be able to identify something to know that when this went from here to here, it's still the same thing. So there's lots of ways of doing that. One of it is chain of custody, which can be done with tamper-proof packaging and labeling. There's all different types of marking. There's DNA and nanotechnology and engraving even sometimes. And there's also technologies to identify unique characteristics. So in the diamonds, a diamond is like a snowflake. Every one has its unique characteristics, and we can use 3D technology to identify unique faults in the diamond so that when it goes from this point to this point, with 3D technology, we can prove that this image that came with this diamond is the exact image that I got with this diamond. So it's basically like a 3D stress map of the diamond. So once it's identified, it can be transferred from trusted source to trusted source, and that's what blockchain helps us to do. And all the participants in that community can see that things have been validated and that it's real. And I'll touch in a little bit about how we share that information with consumers.
Great. I'm actually curious to know, to follow up on that. So sharing the information with consumers. So if you're creating this product for consumers, do they need to know what blockchain is? What information are you sharing with them? I know that a lot of consumers know, like you said, know about conflict diamonds.
Right.
But what else do consumers care about, should they care about when it comes to metals and minerals? And how do you communicate that using this intervention?
Okay, well, certainly consumers don't need to know about blockchain. A lot of what consumers, have now are they understand that something might be certified.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but a certification is only as good as the data and the truth that it's built upon.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just launching our first consumer-facing app that you can use on your cell phone. So, of course, since we have our deepest knowledge so far is, or I should say we're further along with diamonds than anything else. So if I was to go buy a diamond, I could get a code and I could go on our app and I could actually see the provenance of that diamond and see the certificate that came with it and get as much or as little information as I want. The other issues beside, the social issues are also, the environmental issues and health and safety, which Christina touched on. So it's not just, I don't want to say just conflict minerals, but, there's a lot of provenance issues that we're addressing with blockchain.
What about you, Christina, in terms of what does a consumer need to know?
Well, key issues. So right now we work a lot with the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Their standard for it's called due diligence from high risk areas, or it's called OECD DDG. So we assure to that standard, which focuses on mainly conflict, worst forms of child labor, corruption. But I think consumers are also interested in the environmental impacts. Also, how are these communities doing as far as poverty? How is a mineral contributing to development? Who's a person that's mining the material? Especially something so personal as jewelry. For example, this woman, you can't see if you're far away. Her name is Khadija. I met her in Tanzania, and she's a gem miner. And she was out with a team of diggers, mostly men. She was a female owner of the mine. And she learned how to mine from her father. And all her brothers run their own pits. And her husband's actually one of the diggers in the pits. And we'll be working with her to help her reach what's called the craft standard, which is kind of a minimum standard in mining that's just developed this year. And wouldn't it be interesting if you could meet the miner who mined your stone? You can meet Khadija and see some interviews with her. we can talk about privacy later, but if she wants to opt in, some people like privacy. I'm not quite sure what that is, but I'm on Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. And then this one's Mary Elizabeth Dismas. She mines underground, 100 meters deep. Hasn't reinforced that tunnel. We'll be teaching her how to do that. So wouldn't it be interesting to know that your stone is contributing to her progressive improvement of her mining and a better price for her minerals and more development support. So it's for us. It's I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but it's a way of storytelling and really moving the needle in development around the mining sector.
So talk about that more. I'm going to be a little bit of a skeptic and say that we've had certification programs in existence for a while. There's donor programs where you can see exactly where your money, like I could say, this is a picture of a child that you're helping. So that's been possible for a while. What does blockchain bring to that chain of custody, those other issues you talked about?
That's
what makes
question.
blockchain different?
Right now, blockchain does not tell you that. Right now, Pact and Everledger, we're really trying to close a technology gap for the people who are out in the rural areas, the most remote, they might have cell phone service, but certainly not internet. And so we can't tell you that right now. Because, Pact, once we get all our data on the supply chain, we can tell you that. The idea is, blockchain's a traceability tool. So we need a concerted push by folks, other NGOs like Pact, other entrepreneurs who see the opportunity to connect these rural entrepreneurs to global markets. I should say they're already connected to global markets. We just don't know who they are. We don't know who's behind that Thai buyer, or we don't know who's behind that cobalt trader. So right now we're not there.
Okay.
But we hope to be there by this fall, at least in jewelry, and by next year in terms of the conflict mineral program that we operate.
Okay, great. And Lauren, before we move to questions, can you maybe talk to us a little bit about take that question a little further? What does blockchain make possible? So I know we're not there yet, but what do you think? What is Everledger working on that makes that possible?
Well,
what's inherent about the technology that allows for that?
Traditionally, if there was any supply chain tracking at all, it was a bill of lading, a shipping document that just went from point A to point B. So it was a transaction between two parties. But supply chains are really complex. So in order to be able to ensure that by the time this product is made, that everything that had to do with the creation of that product is sustainable, you have to be able to see the whole chain. And by having trusted players interacting and being able to see what everybody else is doing, that's a whole different level of transparency and trust that we don't have with what are traditional. It's really blows my mind how much of the world still operates on paper, and paper can be created very easily. I had the word certified when I started in the electronics recycling industry. Every recycler out there was saying, I'll send you a certificate of recycling, and people, companies would put it in their contracts. You have to be able to give me a certificate of recycling. So, I was really young. I was like in my 20s, and I remember saying, like, where does these certificates come from? Well, they come from Staples. You go and you buy a package of them and you put them in your printer and they say whatever you want them to say. So we certainly need to go way far, way much further in that. So, because certifications are great. Consumers don't have the time to try to figure out, like, oh my God, how do I know that this was this, and how do I know? But if you can trust the certification, and you can get information that fortifies that certification, and you could say, I am only buying gluten-free eggs, or that's the egg thing just drives me crazy, because there's free range, free roaming, humanely nested, vegetarian, antibiotic free, and I have no clue. It's an egg. If there was a QR code on that package and I could take my phone and scan it, and I see a certificate that I trust, then I say, all right, darn it, I know that that's a legitimate product. That's the difference.
Thank you. Christine, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo that point about people can say anything. If blockchain, it's this great tool, but it can be used, to promote fake information. So just because somebody says something's conflict-free, you shouldn't believe them. And you put fake data on, you're going to get fake data out. So one of the so for PACT, our programs are we have a third-party auditor, independent auditor, that verifies that we're not being dodgy, and everything that we say we're doing, we're actually doing. And there's a 24-hour monitoring committee. There's NGO that helps us with incident flagging, things like that. That's extra information for the consumers to know, and it also helps with these proof points. And I think one thing that the blockchain community will have to struggle with is, how do we know something's true? Just because somebody says it, how do you know? One interesting innovation out of something called Trust Chain, which is being led by UL, Underwriters Laboratories, and Richline. They're assuring gold from Congo, the eastern part of Congo, most conflicted. They're working on conflict-free sites. And UL is going to be helping, hopefully I have this right, but I know UL's role is to be verifying the information going on the blockchain. So I think that's a really interesting model. I think one thing we also have to struggle with is, who's going to pay for that? Right now, industry is paying for the certification system that PACT operates on a not-for-profit basis. But we've been told quite clearly that they will not pay 1 penny more for any social programming. We're a social NGO. We want to work on child labor. We want to work on health and safety. But who's willing to pay for that? We have all these challenges along the supply chain, not just in the pits, but also in cutting facilities, like cutting and polishing, and manufacturing. Let's not forget that. But are consumers willing to pay for that? I hope so. But right now, we're getting a lot of resistance from industry to pay for traceability and to pay for improving conditions. And that's something I hope with blockchain, at least, we can start having consumers start demanding these things and asking for real data and verified data.
Just some questions. Oh, do you want to say one more thing? Or just some questions?
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say I'm really encouraged about the millennial generation. When I was coming here, I was in an Uber with a millennial driver, and we were talking about where I was headed and what I was doing. And their generation grew up with access to all the information that they could possibly want. They have no tolerance for not having information about something. And I really think that the millennial generation is going to demand it. And so where some of the brand owners now are like, oh, I'm not going to add a penny to the cost of my product. It costs a lot of money what PACT does. It costs money what we do. But if the consumers, this generation that's coming up says, she literally told me, she said, my friends and I, if I'm going to buy like a piece, a new shirt, I kind of want to find out where that came from. I mean, that never happened before. So if the consumers are saying, if I don't have the information, no, I just won't buy it. Well, then the brand owners are going to say, yeah, I guess this is something that we need to do. So I'm really encouraged about that.
Great. Okay, time for probably just 2 or 3 questions. Mike?
We've got mics going on both sides.
Right here. Oh, this gentleman right here. Let's stand up first.
Thank you, guys. My question involves the social engineering and perverse incentives side of it. From what I've heard from people working in India or the coffee stuff, that, okay, you create a certification process, you start moving stuff on chain. The people who care are going to pay more, but it means that everything that can't be put on chain costs less. Like that cobalt's going to sell whether you sell it to an ethical provider or not. And so what you end up seeing is markets where, oh, if you can't get ethical cobalt, you can't get environmentally sensitive cobalt, then the price point will drop. And so how do you deal with the 60 to 80% of artisanal miners who can't meet those standards, who are going to see the price point for their product drop because they're unable to provide it, or they have to put garbage on the front of the chain, and then the chain's just carrying garbage.
We'll take one more for now, and then we'll see how much time we have. This gentleman, Felipe.
Thank you very much for your interventions. Felipe Arango from Colombia, and we have been working in the Chocó bioregion for some time now, developing fair trade gold and fair mined gold and Oro Verde and Better Gold Initiative and so on and so forth. I would love to get your insights on two issues beyond provenance and beyond traceability. One of the barriers that we have encountered is financial inclusion. The banks don't want to lend to the networks of artisanal miners. The financial sector can't understand the importance that they play in maintaining peace now post-conflict and protecting a biodiversity hotspot. What are the possibilities that you see in this shared ledger to also bring the financial or the providers or financial capital so that they can be part of empowering artisanal miners? That's one. And the other one, your insights on the possibility to mesh two layers of data, the layer of data on provenance and traceability of the supply chain, but also the data on the natural capital, the quality of the waters, the deforestation rates, as well as the data on conflict reduction or conflict prevention. Do you see opportunities also to merge the provenance data with the contextual data and eventually have the consumer have access to both? That millennial we were talking about.
Yeah.
All right, two great questions.
I guess I can start. First of all, Oro Verde is a beautiful project. They're really responsible for starting fair trade and fair mined gold. So it's this place in the Chocó region, which is this lush area of Colombia that's been separated from the Amazon with the Andes Mountains. And so they have this really interesting biodiversity. I used to work for WWF, so I kind of geek out on that conservation stuff. And I've been to not the quite Chocó, but close to it. Anyways, they produce mercury-free, cyanide-free gold in a place that has been conflicted, and with Afro-Colombian populations, and it's a beautiful project. So talk to this man if you want to learn more, and buy their gold. All right. So how do you include folks financially? So we've been approached by a number of banks who say, look, mining is artisanal mining in this country. There is no large-scale mining yet, or the deposits are not appropriate for large-scale mining. The people who are mining in this country are artisanal and small-scale miners, but they are all illegal because it might not be possible to become legal. Not because they're criminals, not because they want to be illegal, but because it might not be possible because the fee might be $1,000 when somebody's making $1 a day, for example, to become legal, things like that. So one bank in Malawi approached PACT and said, hey, could you work with us because we'd love to make loans to folks, but could you work on formalizing them, helping them become legal so then we can actually make loans legally to them? And I was like, that's brilliant. I wish we had thought of that. So that's one way that private sector, the nonprofit sector can really bolster the private sector. And can you imagine all that the capital that was formerly in the informal sector, and now it's formal, and you can start, when the mine is legal, then you can start, you get a geological report, for example, and then you use that to get a loan. Things like that. So as far as encouraging banks, I think, I'm not sure if blockchain's the answer. I think is one of these things, I think just good old conversations and education's the answer. Educating banks on what kind of proof points you need to make sure there's actually minerals in that deposit. Because sometimes, an artisanal miner can, I mean, they might be literally standing on a diamond deposit. Or they can be like, I swear there's diamonds here. If you just give me, $10,000, I'll show you. There's no actual proof, it's just hope. So what kind of proof points do the banks need? So I think in this case, I'm not sure if technology is the answer. I think we could dream together about how technology could really help tell that story. But I think sometimes just the old-fashioned outreach might be the answer to that. As far as your question, as far as different, making the folks who can't reach certain standards more vulnerable, I think that was your question. That's a really good question. That's one of the reasons there's just this thing called craft standard. It used to be called the market entry standard. If you Google market entry standard, mining, artisanal mining, you can read all about it. It's this minimum. In Congo, one thing that we did, we started off with 2 sites 8 years ago. And now we're at over 1,000 sites. And there was this push because the tagged materials were getting a higher price than the untagged materials. So the legal system was paying more than the illegal system. And so guess what? We had inbound smuggling, which is a problem because we're supposed to assure that this stuff is conflict-free. And so there's a huge push, pressure. So at first phase of our program was, let's prove it works. Start small. Second phase is let's scale up as quickly as possible. Because if I'm on your site, but not on your site, you have every incentive to go in the middle of the night, smuggle into her materials, and then claim the higher price. But if I'm on your site too, there's no reason for you to take all the time, bring the materials over there. And so we wanted to expand as quickly as possible. There's also new systems that are coming up that give, so if they don't want ITSCI, they can do something else. So we're making the pie bigger versus, different slices. So it's a kind of a long conversation, I think, to properly answer your question, but I'll have to stop there.
I think we'll actually have to close with that,
Oh, sorry.
unfortunately. So thank you all very much. Time to move on. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
For those wishing to remain in the room, next up we have the Incubator Showcase. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry? Oh, let me see. Checking. Also Incubator Showcase. Yep. Maybe. They might what? The Incubator Showcase? No, that's all it says. I heard it was just videos. Not sure. AV? Cool. I assume that's gonna happen there, but maybe not. I don't know. I'll message them. That's fine.
Hi, how are you? No, I'm based in Seattle. So you guys be here? I'm gonna be here till tomorrow morning. Yeah, you too. Oh, cool. Okay, great.
Thanks. I just sent it on volunteer too.
Yeah, I have a few minutes now. I have to be on a call. Okay, so
Yes, it's online. It's if you go to For those with questions, can we ask you to migrate just outside of the mezzanine room with the speaker? Be a little bit more forceful. It's okay. Until we figure out what's going on. We all can hang out. Well, we're like really behind schedule, so we're really behind schedule, so we're like trying to keep it. It's a long day. Well, even for those of us who work here, like I'm very timely, so it's like, hey, what up?
Someone's asking about when the world
Alex has it. Okay, for everyone who's here for the blockchain incubator showcase, we're going to ask you to take your seats, and then we're going to queue it up here on the screen. So if you could all just take a seat if you're here for that. If not, I'm just going to ask you to take any questions for speakers outside. Thank you. That's after. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's the next one. Yep.
Every 10 years, each household in the United States receives a 10-question survey called the decennial census. The census is used to collect population and housing data that determines how more than $600 billion in federal, state, and local funds are distributed.
Oh
These
God,
funds are
sorry.
used for essential
Like,
services and infrastructure.
I mean, I have the same list you do. If it's
Vital
not
to
on
underserved
there, I
communities.
don't know.
Census data is also used to draw congressional district lines, and it informs the basis of countless government and academic studies that drive public policy.
Okay, we are starting the incubator showcase. If you just direct your attention to the very large screen over there.
The process is far from perfect. There are 3 key areas in dire need of improvement. One, creating census questions that are not exclusionary or discriminatory. For example, the current administration's push to reintroduce the citizenship question has caused fear in undocumented immigrants and may further deter them from participating. Because of requirements like these, the U.S. Census is ineffective, inaccurate, and untrusted. 2, allowing people to have the right to decide what questions are asked. For example, there's no reliable national data about how many LGBTIQ people live in the U.S. The census does not ask about sexual orientation of individuals. Therefore, people who are not in same-sex partnered and or married couples are not counted in any way. Additionally, the gender question only has options male or female. This contributes to the erasure of those who are transgender, intersex, two-spirit, or any other gender identity.
All right, we're gonna restart the video. I'm sorry, we're just having some
Funds and
sound.
resources to be properly distributed to LGBTIQ organizations and services.
All right, and
3,
cue
data integrity.
restart of video.
Every 10 years, each household in the United States receives a 10-question survey called the decennial census. The census is used to collect population and housing data that determines how more than $600 billion in federal, state, and local funds are distributed. These funds are used for essential services and infrastructure that are particularly vital to underserved communities. Census data is also used to draw congressional district lines, and it informs the basis of countless academic studies that drive public policy, decisions, and legislation. The U.S. Census is an essential resource to our nation. However, the current data collection process is far from perfect. There are 3 key areas in dire need of improvement. 1, creating census questions that are not exclusionary or discriminatory. For example, the current administration's push to reintroduce the citizenship question has caused fear in undocumented immigrants and may further deter them from participating. Because of requirements like these, the U.S. Census is ineffective, inaccurate, and untrusted. 2. Allowing people to have the right to decide what questions are asked. For example, there's no reliable national data about how many LGBTIQ people live in the U.S. The census does not ask about sexual orientation of individuals. Therefore, people who are not in same-sex partnered and/or married couples are not counted in any way. Additionally, the gender question only has options male or female. This contributes to the erasure of those who are transgender, intersex, two-spirit, or any other gender identity. It also makes it extremely difficult for funds and resources to be properly distributed to LGBTIQ organizations and services. 3. Data integrity and security. There is growing concern about the privacy of sharing personal data both online and offline. There is currently no way for an outside party to verify that an individual's privacy is not being compromised when they submit the census form. We firmly believe that blockchain technology is the best way to protect and secure personal information as well as preserve historic data such as the census counts. We introduce PopChain. PopChain solves the problems of the traditional census by employing the 4 founding principles of the Open Census Protocol: extensibility, anonymity, verifiability, and decentralization. PopChain enables undercounted and underrepresented communities to feel safe about contributing their personal information to a national census count. While developing PopChain, we addressed diversity and inclusion every step of the way. We used an inclusive design methodology and worked alongside the communities most directly impacted by our work. Building relationships and trust amongst key stakeholders, such as local community organizations, service providers, and elected officials, was one of the most challenging parts of this rapid 6-week timeline. However, it was also the most important because it allows us to design and develop with real-time feedback and truly understand the needs of our users so that we can build a product that provides them with tangible value. We choose to do our research in Jackson Heights, Queens, because it is one of the most diverse working-class immigrant neighborhoods in New York City. Queens has a history of having unreasonably low population counts, and as a result, New York lost 2 seats to the House of Representatives after the 2010 census. We talked to people on the streets of Queens and spoke to community leaders from homeless, immigrant, and LGBT-focused organizations. We learned about their challenges and focused on our development approach to be accessible to users who have limited comfort and access to the latest technology.
So how does it work? PopChain uses third-party digital identity services such as Uport to allow individuals to log in to our secure platform. After logging in, a public and private key pair is generated for the user. Our web-based platform is a progressive web app that can run on all types of computers and smartphones. In addition, we're developing an SMS-based application that will make it easy to fill out the census without a high-tech device or Wi-Fi connection. The PopChain census is a smart contract that gives users the ability to add and answer new questions that are not yet being asked. When the user has completed the form, their private key is used to sign and submit the data. Every census entry is encrypted and anonymously stored on the Ethereum blockchain. Once the results are collected, we decrypt the data and publicly display the aggregate results. In this process, no user's personal identity will ever be revealed to PopChain or anyone else. Only the person submitting the form will know what information they submit. Our rigorous research and on-the-ground interviewing led us to a technological solution that will drive a sustainable business. PopChain is a for-profit organization. We offer data analytic tools to companies and government organizations so that they can make more informed decisions. We also offer free services and an attribution system that allows us to see where and when our data is being used and track the effectiveness of our services. To date, the PopChain team has completed our white paper and begun development on our alpha prototype. By April 2019, we will launch a closed beta and prepare for a 2020 pilot launch in Queens, New York. From there, we will continue to launch the PopChain census city by city across the United States. PopChain and the Open Census Protocol were developed within the Blockchain for Social Impact Hackathon. Our team settled on the decision to focus on reinventing the census out of a deep concern that the current census does not accurately reflect the nation's people. The PopChain census uses blockchain technology to disrupt the erasure of identities and privacy threats that the traditional census perpetuates.
Seems pretty cool. All right, awesome. Okay, so for those who are remaining in this room, next up we have a lightning talk about water and blockchain. I'm going to let Rave take it from here. Yeah. All right, and also, can we please cue the slides for water and blockchain? Oh, perfect. So I think this is your slide, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Let's go. And then if you need, there's like a second screen there. You can see it.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right,
Good, thank you. You guys, can you hear me? Cool. No, yes? Okay. Well, it's funny, the way I know I'm on an East Coast blockchain conference is everyone's dressed way nicer than we do on the West Coast. So commend you for that. So my name is Ravi Mehta. I'm the managing director of Meta Group. I'm also I was the former CEO. We've been building infrastructure for transportation and water for over 40 years now. I'm a civil engineer by trade. And we spun out a lab called Meta Labs. Let's see if this works. It's not clicking. That's a laser. Hey guys.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, next slide. Okay. And Meta Labs is focused on applying blockchain to social impact opportunities, things that could solve grand challenges and possibly impact 1 billion people or more. Personally, I've been in this space. I've been investing in this space since 2012, and got in early in a lot of the protocol companies. So I thought to myself, what would be a serious problem that we could actually go after? And water kept coming up as one of those opportunities. So we're spinning out Water Ledger. Water Ledger is using blockchain to organize water rights around the world. Next slide.
Oh, no, don't use the...
That's now works. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm back in control here. Okay, great. So if you look at the water space, out of the total global water supply, only 3% is actually fresh water. And out of that 3%, there's only less than 1% that's actually surface water, lakes and rivers, primarily. So the total water supply, you have 0.03% that's actually accessible through lakes and rivers for our drinking pleasure. So if you look at what that 0.03% looks like in the U.S., it looks something like this. Essentially, it's the lifeblood of our land as well, right? So in the U.S., we actually extract 110 trillion gallons of water per year for fresh water. Okay, it's a lot of water, right? Comes out of these arteries. However, there's a global epidemic that's coming up in the water space. So it's driven by 3 things: climate change, population increase, and outdated water management systems. So we can't really do much about the first 2, at least directly. So we decided to focus on the 3rd one and see if we could actually use blockchain to organize water in a much more efficient way, reverse the perverse incentives that are in place right now, and use that to help adapt us or make us adaptable to climate change as well as population increase. So here's what's going on in the world of water right now. Cape Town's almost out of water. Their day 0 is approaching quickly, August of this year. So a couple months out. They may extend it a couple months here and there, but they're not extending it by years or decades. It's pretty soon. They've also instituted the very first water police in our history of humankind. It's not just in Cape Town. It's actually happening everywhere. In the U.S., for example, Arizona is also kind of on the short list. LA is the 9th globally stressed city in the world for water. In fact, here are the top 11 cities that are globally stressed. Sao Paulo's number 1. If you look at LA, number 9. Miami's number 11. But you also probably some of these other cities like London and Tokyo are pretty familiar as well. Right? So if the 20th century was fought over oil, the 21st century for sure is going to be fought over water. And wherever there's war, there's always opportunity and treasure, right? So water is actually turning into liquid gold is what people are forecasting. And it's much larger than $1 trillion market. In fact, if you look at the Colorado River Basin right now, which is where we're establishing one of our pilots, that's a $1.4 trillion per year economy right there, just from the Colorado River, which contains 7 basin states. Colorado River feeds 40 million people drinking water, which is about 10% of the American population. And Colorado is one of about 10 to 12 basins in the U.S., so it's a big one. 16 million jobs. It establishes about 4,200 megawatts of power. So water is also connected to power, and has $1 billion tourism industry. So the problem is the water rights management systems are actually inefficient and have incentives that no longer apply today. And that's mainly because originally the water has been set up for best public use, and right now you have commercial and private water rights holders that are now investing in the space. So best public use doesn't always align with capitalistic needs. So here there are five I guess major problems. One is there's an incomplete ledger. There's no real coherent ledger that contains all the information. And if I'm looking just at the Colorado River Basin as a sample case, every state, the water is controlled by the states, so they control the policy. So every state maintains, their ledger and controls policy around how that water is interacted, traded, and used. But there's no coherent ledger, so it's not transparent. Second, it's overallocated. So when the 7 basin states made their compact agreement back in the 1950s or 60s, it was during the high floodplain year. So the water levels have never been that high as when they allocated it. So so all the water is overallocated as far as who owns or controls how much water. The system set up right now, if you don't use your water, you lose it. So if you don't use up all your water rights for that year, then a junior water rights holder can actually take claim to your water. So people end up watering almond trees instead of lettuce because they want to use up all their water. But because it's overallocated, everyone's watering almond trees instead of lettuce. So the basins are depleting. And in fact, in the Colorado River Basin right now, we are less than 50% of our average. And it's not going up. And there's no ease of transferability. If you want to sell your water rights or lease your water rights, usually it's a 3-month to 3-year process in the water courts to get that done, if it gets done, and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to make. So it's not a very easy, smooth process. So ironically, water is the most illiquid market that we have. All this breeds a culture of mistrust. So people don't open their books up to show you how much water they have, or the government, or how much they use, unless they come and track it forcefully. Because they don't want to lose their water. And water, like I said, is illiquid because you can't monetize it directly, but it's indirectly monetized through crops, right? At least in agriculture. So, but people actually know that there is a lot of value in this water, so they're hoarding their water rights. So there's 5, let's say, dimensions to water. There's actually more, but 5 basic dimensions. One is time. So water's an interesting asset because it's ephemeral, it changes, it moves. And it regenerates. So every year, your water rights regenerate because of the snow caps of the mountains that send the water down the river. But you don't know what it's going to be every year until that year, right? So some years it might be a lot of water, some years it might be a drought or not much. And then during the year, you have peak flows. So during the year, you have times where the water is not that much during the river flows, and then during the summer, you have peak flows because you have the highest melting timeline for snow caps. So time is one of the big factors on how you track and figure out how to use water. Quantity, so based on that year, seasonal, so you don't know every year how much water is going to be there, so you have to track quantity every year. Third is quality, so you have water states. So depending on what's going on according to climate change, or if there's industrial chemical dumping and so on and so forth, a lot of nitrates can kick up in the water, so you have water pollution and water quality that needs to be managed as well. Fourth is use, so there are different types of use of water. There's agricultural use, there's use for industrial, and there's drinking water, potable water, so on and so forth. So you have to manage the use cases and find the best use. So that's another management dimension. And the 5th is seniority. So those that have senior water rights actually have the first right to pull their water as they need it. But if they're not using the water, once again, as I mentioned, the junior water rights holders can actually claim their rights over the senior water rights. So hence people use their water up as much as they can. And then depending on where you're on the river, the further up you are, the more senior rights you have. So, by the time you get to Mexico, where you have a binational agreement of we have to supply this much water to Mexico, or at least let that much water flow down to Mexico, a lot of times all that water's gone. And in fact, in the Colorado River Delta, the delta's been dried up for years, actually decades. There's been one year they did a project where they allowed the releasing of water from the dams, which flooded the delta, and all the life came back for 1 year, and then dried up again, since they only did it as an experiment, as a pilot. So here are the stakeholders. So you have the states, like I said, the states actually control the water policy for the water in their state. You have the federal government. The federal government's their role is actually providing infrastructure funding. So the rural reclamation helps the states by funding infrastructure development for water. But they also have one important role. They have a treaty with the First Nation people. So the First Nation people, the Native Americans, actually have senior water rights over everybody else, including the states. Private, you have the private rights holders, and I'll show you who those are on the slide next. And you have the end users, the people that actually turn the tap on and drink their water, use it for flushing or taking showers and so on and so forth. And then you have the river ecosystem itself. To maintain the river, you have to leave a certain amount of water in the river. The example I gave before with the delta being dried out, because they pull all the water out, the river doesn't sustain itself. So we even need to design for almost like a river endowment, a water endowment for the river. So here's what the private stakeholders look like. If you have agriculture, which is by far the greatest amount of water use, which is 80%, then the municipalities are roughly around 17%, and then industrial and other uses end up being about 3% for the private stakeholders. So we've been designing a blockchain system to help organize this water rights system more efficiently. And we're developing what we call WaterCoin. And I'll talk a little bit more about our architecture, but essentially the idea is if you're on the water ledger system, then there are 4 things that you can do. One is you, first of all, have a ledger, so you know what you have, who has what. And that enables a lot of data analytics that you can actually access. So you actually, it's funny, they have the least amount of data for one of the most important resources. So that enables all of that. 2, when you have a ledger, now you can have a marketplace, right? So you could actually more seamlessly trade water, or at least if you're not going to use your water, you could have a way of monetizing it so you don't waste it, and you can move water to the best use case. Now that enables incentive designs. So now you could actually design incentives to move water around so it's more liquid, more used in the most appropriate manner. And then that also enables, now that you have all this water, a marketplace moving around, you actually now can finance more infrastructure development because you have actually water under management. So this is our architecture, how we're describing, or how we're looking at it. So we're using WaterCoin as our master coin. And the WaterCoin can actually convert, so the way we look at it is we have jurisdictions. Every jurisdiction is different. So you have a state that's a jurisdiction, you could have a municipality that's a jurisdiction, but a municipality could be a node or nested within another jurisdiction like a state. So City of Denver, they're a municipality, they could have their own jurisdiction where they want to use the platform to manage how they want to distribute their water or create incentives around it. But they're also a node or a buyer of water rights on a larger system, which is Colorado. And Colorado is a node on a larger system, which is the Colorado River Basin, the seven basin states. So the way the architecture is designed, so you can nest and connect the different nodes and jurisdictions. And to create a jurisdiction, you convert your water coins into flow tokens, almost like an ERC20 conversion from an Ethereum chain. And those tokens allow you to figure out how you want to manage and customize your platform, or our platform, for your use. So a state has a very different use case than a municipality, but there are several templates that most jurisdictions end up using, whether it's a state, a municipality, an irrigation district, or something else. And there's a lot of use cases. So that kind of gives you kind of an overview of how we're approaching it. And then you could actually connect nearby basins to trade with each other, like the California Basin could trade with the Colorado River Basin or a specific state. So not only can you nest within each other, you could also connect completely different basins. The point of this architecture is because the value of water is kind of suppressed because of all the regulatory, the entire regulatory environment. And the regulatory environment is very different in not only just states or countries, but around the world. So Cape Town has a very different regulatory environment than we do, and Australia has a very different rights system than we do as well. But even within the United States, the Colorado River Basin has a rights system that's based on what they call first in time, first in use, where if you go to Florida, it's a completely different system. They go by a riparian rights system, which is the state owns all the water and they just give you a permit to use some of the water if you need it, versus there's no private ownership there. So we want to design a system or a platform that's flexible, that allows their jurisdictions to customize it to their policy and how they manage the water, right? But by creating a connected series of jurisdictions, we now actually create value that emerges through a connected water economy. So if in a jurisdiction on itself doesn't have much value, except the value they determine within their jurisdiction, but if you start connecting different jurisdictions together under one water economy, then there's actually an average value that emerges. And then you have a coin, like a water coin, that becomes a derivative of the total value of the water economy. That's okay. This is my last slide. So this is just an example of how a trading system would work. It looks very simple, but it's very complicated when you have all the regulatory and compact agreements and binational agreements. But essentially, you have every year you regenerate your water rights, and so that's an example of like what it looks like in January 1st. But if somebody needs water, they could actually buy the water from another rancher or a municipality or so on and so forth. And essentially, you're just moving water on a ledger. You're just like in Bitcoin. You're just moving numbers on a ledger, and there are enforcement rules that actually track how much water you're taking out or not. And then that water market changes during the year because of peak flows and so on and so forth. So it's pretty dynamic. The one key thing I want to mention here is we're not the network itself doesn't generate value by transactions as much as what we focus on is what we call water under management versus AUM, assets under management. We look at a water under management scheme versus transactions, and that's how we drive value in the network. So I think that's it for now. But if you have any questions, come find me. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. All right, for those wishing to remain in the room, next up we're going to have a panel on agriculture and blockchain. Cool. Water for the panelists? Right in there? Okay, thanks. All right. Cool. And if our panelists are in the room, I encourage them to come up. Hey, yeah. Yeah, so I'll need one person in that seat and one person on that side, just for when we do questions, just so you have the mics. Take them around. Yeah. Huh? Oh, hey, yeah, please, have a seat. Probably have the moderator sit here. I think here, yeah. Huh? I'm sorry?
Good to see you. Thank you.
Hi, Liana? Yeah, hi, hey. Alicia, good to meet you. Awesome to meet you. Are you the moderator? I am the moderator. Perfect. So I'm thinking of yeah, so I'll get you set up. We're gonna be and we'll go from macro to whatever works for you. So here's how we'll play it. Okay, so we're starting at 38. So we have, I think we have 50 like a little bit, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'll signal you when you have 5 minutes left. Okay. If you want me to signal you at 10 for questions, just let me know. Okay. I was also thinking more like 15, 20 for questions. 15, 20 for questions? Okay. Cool. I'd rather a class because this doesn't show on. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Huh? Okay. What else do you need? Cool. And these our volunteers here will be able to take the perfect. Yeah. Yeah. We're good. Okay. And then to see.
Yeah, I know Bob's talking. You said that you guys are working on everything.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna start. Awesome. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today for the panel on blockchain and agriculture. My name is Alicia Noel. I'm with Cultivati. I'm really excited for the 3 panelists we have here today. So I'm going to start by asking them to introduce themselves and their organizations a bit, and then go into some questions, and we will have time for Q&A at the end. So we could start. Sandra, can you talk a little bit about yourself and the GBBC and what you do there?
Sure. So with respect to this panel, I'm going to wear a couple different hats. The first one is I'm currently the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council, GBBC. It's a Swiss-based nonprofit focusing on education, advocacy, and partnerships, predominantly focusing on helping governments, regulators, and big enterprises really get their heads around what is blockchain, what is crypto, why does this matter? Can I ask all the stupid questions in a closed door session so I don't look stupid in front of executives later? These are things that are very important. There's still a huge amount of basic education that needs to happen around the world and is being asked around the world. And I take it as a good thing. So that's one place we are right now. We're going to small islands, we're going to small countries, as well as the big ones you can imagine. So our big issue right now is just how do we cover as much of the demand as we're being asked for education. So obviously we're looking at digital distribution as well and other mechanisms. On the other side, I'm working with a entrepreneur in residence at MIT Media Lab. His name is Julius Akinyemi. He has come up with a concept around unleashing wealth in nations, and it's very similar to Hernando de Soto's Mystery of Capital around registry of land and assets. And Julius has taken it a bit further to say farmers need their identities, assets, and land registered in order for them to be recognized that they own these things, and then to be able to hopefully use them for collateral or other purposes to be able to access financial services. So we can talk a little bit about that. And I'm currently a co-founder and COO of that entity.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Next, Reggie, could I ask you to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Reggie Wahyu, a founder and CEO of Hara Token. So what we are doing practically, we are trying to solve a data problem in agriculture and food sectors, because where I live in Indonesia and developing country, we are living in the dark world. Means that there is no data available on the ground and surrounding agricultural sectors. So we have a mission to empower billions of people where they have rights to know exactly what kind of food they are eating, what kind of food supply they are preserving, because those data are able to trace and available to make the agriculture industry more efficient. How we are doing it, we incentivize data providers like farmers, cooperative, NGO, and some other institutions for them to share the data with the full control of everybody who want to access to it. And we have other stakeholders like data buyer and a data qualifier who really qualify and rating the quality of data being used by others. So that's in the short what we are doing.
Thank you, Ricky. And Kwan.
Hello, my name is Kwan Le. I'm from Vietnam. For the last 7 years, I started a company called GrowMoreX, and we are today one of the largest advisors in technology and engineering for agricultural projects in Africa. So the very simple idea, we bring proven technologies from Southeast Asia in some of the crops that Africa needs the most at the moment, like rice, cassava, cashew, tomatoes, and really worked on the field with the African farmers and work with investors to set up those projects. And from this experience and my previous experience in financial services, we recently started Binkabi, which is a commodity trading platform that harnesses the power of blockchain technology to solve some of the most pertinent issues in the agriculture supply chain. For example, the use of middlemen in cross-border trading, but also the use of US dollars in cross-border trading that inflicts a lot of costs to emerging markets. And we also look at the ability for farmers to actually tokenize their produce so that they can actually widen their market access, but also use that as collateral for funding so that they can send their kids to school and don't have to sell everything at harvest.
Thank you. So I'm curious, Kwan, who are the different parties that engage with your platform, and how are they engaging? What are the different ways that they're engaging?
So the two propositions that we are working on at the same time right now, one is a cross-border commodity trading And the parties that involved there are the importer and exporters. So people who actually have the needs to import commodities from another countries. And we focus on emerging markets. So here we have, for example, Vietnam export lots of rice to West Africa and import a lot of cashew nuts, cotton, other agricultural produce. So primarily the importer and exporters, but also the other service providers in that supply chain.
Thank you. Reggie, same question. Reggie, same question.
Reggie, yeah. So in our ecosystem, we have four stakeholders or key players. Number one is the data provider itself. Who are they? They are like farmers, cooperative, and some other IoT or drones companies who are willing to monetize and sharing their data. That's the first stakeholder. Second is the data buyer. So microfinance, crop insurance, and banking and peer-to-peer lending, and some others, university or fertilizer retailer companies, they want to see and use the data for giving the lending or mitigate some crop risk for the insurance. They don't have an access to the data in the market, so they can get access to our platform and get the consent from the data provider for them to let go the data. Third stakeholder is actually the data qualifier. Data qualifier is our token holder who are willing to stake their token in order to qualify the quality of the data. They put rating, they put vouching for those that data coming from data provider, and they believe on it. The fourth is actually the value-added services. There is companies like market research company, any marketplace companies, or any player in the supply chain who want to create a value-added from the data that we've been ecosystem been collecting, and they can put the result of the work and as a value-added back to the ecosystem for them to get an access and get money out of those.
Thank you. Sandra, you're seeing this from a different perspective because of the hats you're wearing. Who are the parties you're seeing that are becoming engaged and working with you?
So from a GBBC perspective, we are seeing an incredible trend in the last year whereby we've got a tremendous amount of interest coming out of government, as I alluded to, with regards to basic information on blockchain. But what we're also seeing is people are tailoring it to real problems that they know of on the ground. So whether it is around livestock tracking or pharmaceutical tracking, a lot of these sort of immediate use cases that we're seeing in particular are related to, if it's an agricultural-based economy in particular, how can we help our farmers? How can we help with improvements in the supply chain, as well as how can we use that information to help us make better policy decisions or strategic decisions? And I'll give you an example of a very simple one. I was talking to the the Minister of Agriculture in Mauritius. They had foot and mouth disease 2 years ago. It's an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It is not like if we have foot and mouth disease here where, you know, it's devastating, but we probably contain it pretty quickly and we can get more cattle. For them, if they lose 25% of their cattle, imagine the cost to import more cattle to repopulate. They had no records. They had no records around how many farms had what animals. So when they went to each farm, they brought 100 vaccinations. Turns out there's 20 cows here. They went with 100 vaccinations. Turns out there's 500 cows over there. I mean, it's just a mess. And when time is not on your side, to me, it's pretty awful that as the Minister of Agriculture, you can't make decisions around, we're going here first on the island, we're going here next, and making those decisions in order to save as many animals as possible. And that's just one example. And you could argue, well, if they have a database and they record those animals, they don't need a blockchain. You're right, they could. But here's the thing. If you don't have a system to begin with and there's no infrastructure, why not use the latest technology, use your mobile phones, and build something that is lightweight and scalable? And then you can do that across other sectors. So this is the kind of opportunity that people are beginning to see. And frankly, because it stems from real-world problems or local issues they've already had, I think this is where we can actually have the most impact. So that's just one example for you.
Thank you. Now, Reggie and Kwan, how much, when you're working with the different stakeholders, how much do they understand about blockchain and how much do they want to understand?
Let me take a start. I mean, blockchain technology for us is one of those transformational technology for emerging markets, the same way as the mobile phone. So where we consumer in the West have options, right? Blockchain technology sometimes with the current status could be seen as sort of unnecessary frictions to usage because it's very clunky, very difficult to use. But consumer or users in developing countries don't have a choice. If you look at the case of Kenya, where today M-Pesa, which is one of the mobile payment system, 60% of the GDP of Kenya is running on M-Pesa, and it's based on USSD technology, which is SIM-based technology, very, very difficult to use. So the issue is not about, okay, you have this nicely colored and nice button here, and you can very easily use the technology, but it's about what kind of benefits you can get from it. And in our case, where people can actually engage with the technology, where they can save between 15 to 20% of the cost of the trade, which is equivalent to 100% of their profit, then they would go at length of using this technology. So our experience has been very encouraging, people very eager to adopt the technology, even though at the moment the status of the development means that it's not very, very easy to use.
So the straight answer on that, no, they don't understand and they don't care about the blockchain. I give you a story a little bit about the fact of I'm dealing with the real sectors of farmers down the bottom of the pyramid. So when I ask, do you use internet? And even though the internet penetration in Indonesia and other region in Asia is quite high, it's around 50-60%, and they have a smartphone penetration more than 100% because some of those are having 2 or 3 handphones. So when I ask a question, do you use internet? And the answer is, no, I'm not. And do you use Facebook? Oh yeah, that's good. So that's the reality that I'm having. So blockchain is way above their head. But the things that what we are doing is really giving the real benefit to them. And how we're giving real benefit to them, not directly to the farmers. This is the example that I'm doing. We incentivize by giving a point system for them to redeem the point for the fertilizer, for food supplies, or for education. And the one who hold the points are their wives, because their wives controlling all the spending. If we give money, it's gonna disappear right away. But with points and the mechanism through their wives and the woman empowerment, it does make sense for them to really use the technology that we are deploying. So yeah.
Just to add to that, I completely agree. So in December of 2017, I'm sitting there in a plantation. It's a palm nut plantation where they make palm oil in Cameroon. And it took us probably an hour that should have taken 20 minutes because the roads were so bad to get inside of the complex where all the farms were. So they convened a group of the farmers who normally don't talk to each other anyway, but we managed to convince them to come. And I was warned with my business partner, watch out, these are tough customers. They hate people in general, outsiders coming in, especially outsiders coming in and telling them what to do or that they've got the latest thing, right? And they especially hate government, so watch out. And they knew that we were also cooperating with the government. So this was stacked against us. So I show up. And with my business partner, and you could tell they're kind of grumpy, like, why are you taking me away from the fields and my time and the trees? And they give us a tour, and we walk through, and it's, some people have 10 hectares, a couple of them had 200 hectares, so it was a real mix of ownership, small and big. And they kind of look at us, and we're like, we don't even mention blockchain, because you know why? If you start talking tech jargon to them, they don't care. They want to know, why are you here? Why do you think you can help? And actually, one of the biggest questions after they were kind of convinced that we really wanted to help them, are you coming back? Because a lot of people show up, promise a bunch of things, and they don't deliver. And that's actually their big issue. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Because if we can't commit to you, we shouldn't even be showing up. And so, and then this was the next thing they said to us. If you can prove that we get more money and you can help us actually not struggle so much, we will do whatever you guys want. I mean, loyalty is definitely high. So the key, I think, when you're coming into places like this is listen to people, figure out what their problems are, and be straight with them, because they asked us to fix their roads. And you know what? As much as I want to fix their roads, I can't. And just literally we had to break it to them and say, I know your number one problem are those bad roads, but we can't fix them. But what we can do is this, this, and this. And you know what? They're actually okay with that, and they get it. So for me, at least that localized experience shows me, you show the benefits of what this tech does, you don't necessarily have to explain the nuts and bolts of this tech. Because here's the reality. If I quizzed any one of you, do you understand how your mobile phone works and all the apps? I don't know. I know it works. I know it's cool.
Thank you. That was good. Curious for all of you as well. How are you generating revenue both for your own companies, and what are the revenue increases that your stakeholders are seeing?
Let me start sharing with that. So the way it works from our ecosystem, I keep calling ecosystem because it is ecosystem, and we really need a community to involve in this ecosystem. The data buyer is the one who's going to buy the data and who's going to need the data, and 80% from that transaction goes to data providers. So data providers will get the most of the money or the token that they are getting. And data qualifier getting 15%, and we need only 5% to maintain the system running. So in practically, we just really making sure that the ecosystem works sustainably, not for our own profit, but everybody's winning in terms of the ecosystem itself. Yeah.
So for us, it's success transaction cost. So when users actually trade on our platform and they're successfully able to import rice or cashews, then at the end of the day, they will pay us a certain percentage of the trade for transaction, and that percentage is about a quarter of what they're currently paying through different channels.
Thank you. And Sandra?
We are still experimenting with the various revenue streams that will actually help benefit the network. So we're looking at various token economies. But at a very first level revenue stream, we're basically a Dun and Bradstreet model in the sense of when data needs to be verified, that AKA someone owns 2 goats and a cow and the crops that they said they own. It's been verified by the network, but we go and further validate that through proper documentation so that banks and or insurance companies or whoever can actually use that information to provide the loans or the credit lines. Beyond that, we're also looking at if we do offer trading or payments onto the platform, how can we make sure that the data, the market data that's thrown up, and by the way, I come from CME Group, so I'm well aware of the value of market data, especially trading data. If you look at any of the exchanges that are out there, their number one growth revenue stream is not actually the trading transactions, it's the market data and the products that go off of that data. So when you think about the value of that, and as Reggie was saying, the value of that data, we're looking at how can we actually take some of those proceeds and bring that back into the network. And it's around profit sharing. I have to be very frank with you, we're still testing out the way that would work and the revenue models and the whole question around IP, who owns those products once you build it off the back of that information. And what we'd like to produce is a mechanism whereby there's not a single company or an entity that owns it, but actually it's owned by the network. And ownership is a very difficult term because I'd rather say it's shared by the network. And then the benefits of that, the economic benefits are shared by the network. But again, when you talk to lawyers, I've had literally lawyers yelling at me, do you understand that you're causing all these liabilities? I'm like, can we think outside the box? They don't like thinking outside the box. And it's for your best interest. They always say it's in for your best interest, but these are things that I think we all need to think about a bit more. And I'm definitely open to listening to people talking about how we share IP or how we look at different mechanisms for economic benefits that the network will derive based on that data. And look, let's face it, data is a very topical conversation right now. Who owns the data? Who has control over data? If data is monetized, who gets that benefit? And I think, it's not just farmers, it's timely for all of us to figure out different models for this.
May I just add a point? As a practitioner in the field, of course, we think data is very, very important. We are one of the pioneers of using drones to map the terrain in Africa. And we were in Swazi, in sort of western Nigeria, next to the border with Benin, and the whole village came out to see our drones because for the first time they can see this tiny aeroplane can be launched and come back to the exactly same spot because of the power of the technology. But with this data, we are able to design the irrigation system so that it will improve the yields of the rice cultivation. So no doubt about the importance of data, but just so that everyone understands the context of here the panel is about the agriculture and in developing countries. There are multiple issues other than just data in this market. Things like yield is a huge issue, and it's got to do with, for example, whether or not you have irrigation system, or actually do you have a good harvesting technology or a post-harvest technology to be able to conserve all these production that you have, and then all the issue in the agriculture supply chains, and when it comes to consumers, where those products actually come from. So data is very important, but there's many other kind of technologies that is important in terms of transforming the agriculture sectors in these countries.
Perfect lead into my next question. Thank you. So we're here talking about blockchain, but blockchain is also being used with a lot of other technologies, a lot of transformative technologies. So I'm curious how each of you are seeing blockchain being used with other technologies in your work.
So one of the things that we are doing when the cooperative farmers collecting data are the ecological data. So we collect pests and diseases, and we collect soil, weather, and some others, water, irrigation, and so forth. So we are in the process of applying image recognition using machine learning for pest detections. The challenge that we found is actually there are so many pests and diseases happening in different crops whatsoever, but the thing is there's no data available which is real life data, because the machine or the AI or whatever it is can be trained if there's abundance of data enough for machine to learn. So what we are doing, we just only reaching the level around 300,000 type of pests and diseases using the phone. Later on the stage, I think once the data is more available, it can be much more easier for us to use the AI technology for the pests and diseases. So that's what we are doing so far.
I think the way I think of blockchain is sort of the first layer that will then interact with many other hardware, software, and tech that comes in. So one example that we're looking at right now is in Mauritius. We are doing a use case where we are documenting their indigenous plants, and we're working with a company that's actually identified the DNA of each of these commercially viable plants. And the reason why this is important is because not just to help the farmers and the government, but it's also to help the scientists and the academic researchers to be recognized for the work that they're doing as a plant is developed for potential medicinal and or skincare or wellness products. Because oftentimes what happens is that you've got blockbuster drugs or skincare products are very expensive these days. And this economic benefit usually goes to one end party. And granted, okay, that end party probably does a lot of R&D, but there is a view that, shouldn't there be a more transparent R&D system that tracks who does work around the research that then produces the plant to become whatever it does become at the end. The UN World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, out of Geneva, is creating a legal framework, and they will be producing and distributing that for governments, and governments will then use that to have a global legal framework to be able to enforce indigenous plant usage mechanisms. So imagine a R&D system that is transparent and documented. And so if you're a researcher, you could find out about some other researcher somewhere in the world that's producing something or using that plant. And it's that information sharing that could be powerful, as well as also making sure that there's a fairness element to the tracing of that. That's one use case where we're using DNA, geomapping, satellite imagery, photographs. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of other things that are being used to bring it all together on a blockchain solution. And we'll be also doing smart contracting, obviously, and potentially there'll be additional IoT-related applications, but we're not there yet. I think the key is just there's going to be a whole world of different tech that will come together, and that convergence is already starting to happen in different sectors.
Yes, I'm not going to talk more about other technologies, but I'm going to talk about money, because actually, regardless of, the data might say, okay, you actually have to use these fertilizers and these crop protection products, or you have to use this harvesting technology, like, have a combined harvester. But if you don't have a cheap way and of access to money, then all of these are just not possible in these markets. And farmers in these markets often have to borrow at more than 20%. Right? Farmers in the US probably pay maybe less than 5%, depending on their risk. But in this market, if they are lucky, not all of them actually, banks don't care to lend to farmers. So how do we actually use the power of the blockchain technology to actually improve the access to finance and lower the cost of finance, and actually lower the layers of profits that has been distributed to middlemen in the supply chain, such that there are more money to be distributed to farmers? That is what we really care about.
Very true. Thank you. We're going to go to Q&A in just a couple more minutes. I have one more question. Reggie, we've been talking about blockchain, and a lot of companies in this country right now, we're here in the US and you're in Indonesia, but countries around the world are having to follow the new rules out of the EU on the general data protection regulations. How does this affect you and what you're doing?
Okay. It's a very good question. On Monday and Tuesday, I was in Berlin having a blockchain conference, and the hot topic over there was GDPR, which is just EU just launched a couple of weeks ago, I think last week actually, about reinforcing about GDPR. So I experienced collecting, acquiring, managing, doing data mining since 2010. For my other company called DataBot. So throughout the years, we are facing a lot of situation on the question like Sandra mentioned, who actually own the data? Everybody using handphone right now. Who's actually the owner of the data? Is it you or the phone? Or the telco companies, or the application that you are having. So that's always been the basic question of data privacy, and there's a lot of debates here and there about it, right? And throughout the years, we know and we collecting data, and that's why we decide into HARA project, because data equal to power. Data equal to politics, and the data is really can make a harm for other people if they are not aware about it and they not having a consent about it. So the way we structure our approach, we really give back the power of the data to the data provider or to the data owner, where they are able to opt in or opt out on the data that they gonna take it or somebody gonna use it, because that's our rights, and especially in the food industry, because we envision we don't want anybody in the world having control, rule, or dominate the data or information of our food supplies. That's why we're really reinforcing that, and to the farmers level, to the consumer level, that data privacy or data compliance is a must to have. And I foresee with this kind of trend, I think everybody already follow. The challenge is educating in the developing markets how to comply, because in some area in Southeast Asia, for banks to get an access, like Kwan mentioned, they want to see ages, religion, pictures, and ID numbers. So that kind of challenge that we are aggressively working with government to educate about the GDPR and data privacy. Yeah.
That's really useful to understand. I'm looking at the clock, and time's coming down, so I do want to open it up to the audience and questions you had. I know young woman, yes, was it over there? Yes, the woman over there had a question you were asking before. Can we get a mic?
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you. That was very interesting. It's my understanding globally, not just in developing countries, that what would really help the farmers, in addition to assisting them with productivity, etc., is to find a way to cut out the middleman, which is what blockchain is really all about. And so from your experience, I wanted to know what kind of blockchain solutions you see that would actually really assist them the most economically by taking out the person who comes to the fields and either sells it to supermarkets, syndicates, or to exporters, etc. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we are working on the exact problem that you just mentioned. So so the agriculture supply chain start with the farmers. Now farmers in emerging markets and most of the time they're smallholder, so 1 or 2 hectares. So before they produce get further along the chain, they has to be aggregated. So you have farmers, aggregators, and then you have sort of dealers who actually collect all the aggregators to export. So you have the exporter, the importers, and you have the brokers who actually know the people in the supply chain before you get to distributor, retailers, and consumer in the West. So this is the entire supply chain, and there's multi layers of people in this supply chain, and everyone takes a cut. So if you drink coffee, and coffee globally is $200 billion industry, what actually going to the emerging markets is 10% of that. What actually going to farmers is 5% of that. So farmers in this market producing all the coffee, but ultimately only get 5 cents out of $1 that you pay for coffee here. So what we are doing is we're creating a marketplace where importer and exporter can actually deal directly with each other without having to go to a middleman. We want to empower the aggregators who actually work directly with farmers to be able to export directly as more as 1 container that they can just export, by able to find the buyers on the other side of the world to be able to export directly and without going to those middlemen.
Thank you.
Can I just add on to that? And I don't want to get too financial about this, but what we're talking about here is price. The price of things get determined by futures markets, actually not by the spot market. And this is a problem. And the reason why I say this is because when you talk to the biggest buyers of cocoa, for example, and I've spoken to a few of them, they benchmark everything off of the cocoa futures price that's trading out of Europe. And you're like, well, does that relate to the cocoa pricing that's actually happening in what we call the spot cash markets on the ground in the emerging markets? No. Often, it's a huge dislocation. And why? because today we do not have price transparency at what is happening in every market that is a major producer of cocoa, for example, around the world. If you wanted to, if you're a London commodities analyst and you wanted to know the pricing, good luck calling around to all the various markets and getting a live price, because you're probably going to get a stale price if you get one at all. So here's the thing. We need to light up the markets at the local level, and it's going to get messy. But what happens over time in efficient markets is that the pricing gets better and better. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the more information we give to the farmers that there is a price here in the international markets that the big buyers are using versus here is the price that you're paying, but that has to come with some education as well because they're not necessarily like for like. But the point being is as you light up the markets and they actually start trading transparent pricing, and trust me, there's precedent for this in markets in the US, across agriculture, across different markets. Once you start lighting these markets up, prices start getting more competitive and efficient, and you can then figure out who's adding value in a supply chain and who is just extracting and liking the fact that there is no light in that supply chain. And those are the intermediaries we need to get out. We need intermediaries. I'm sorry, but the argument that you kill all middlemen, I don't buy that. If somebody adds value, they should stay. But there should be a fairness around who takes out what.
So allow me so this is interesting because if the idea to kill intermediaries or middlemen is killing the ecosystem, because that's what I found in the market. These are part of the ecosystem been ages, 100 years of the ecosystem doing that. What I agree with Sandra is actually why those middlemen so powerful? Because there is asymmetric information. The information is not widespread, accessible, and get easily by every stakeholders. So the thing that we need to fix together is how we can share more and more information so everybody get more efficient and making better decision in order for them to improve agriculture and food sectors. Yeah.
But it's also the issue of trust. Fundamentally, why people go through middlemen? Because they don't trust each other. People in Africa don't necessarily trust people in Asia when they sell their goods to Asia and vice versa. So here is blockchain is an opportunity for us to price trust. So not about taking out the middleman entirely, but actually have a way to price the value that they add and introduce that competition so that the trust can be properly priced.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. I've seen you over here. If you can.
Thank you for a very stimulating conversation. My question is relates to some things that Sandra said, some that Kwana said, some that Reggie said around NGOs and governmental institutions. I'm thinking more about, for example, the FDA around distributed ledgers for things like honey, for example, or certified organic. How do you envision the future of governmental agencies seeing transparently whether farmers are compliant in terms of using, abiding by international bans on certain pesticides or herbicides, so that we know that as consumers, when we buy things like cocoa or honey, that they're coming from places that when it gets imported, that's appropriate. How do you envision that in the consumer interface in the future?
So I would like to have a comment on that. So I'm reading the report from McKinsey about the agriculture around the world, that every food or agriculture product produced, there's around 30% of waste and compounding into 940 billion annually globally, if there's no collaborations. So what I'm understanding and our experience as well, the collaboration is the new sexy with every stakeholders, including NGO and government, where they have a mission to really govern or to really solve world toughest problem on the bottom of pyramid, and that's how we can leverage each other in order for them to meet their goals and our goals as well. The challenge that we are facing is actually on the government side when we are talking about agriculture sectors is close to fertilizers industry and close to some other farm inputs industry. That's a question of transparency. That's why when we roll out the projects, we always trying to find and convince a visionary leader who willing to open up their data, open up themselves to really embrace this kind of a new approach, being transparent and traceable, because being transparent is a challenge by itself. So that's an effort that we keep doing it, because it's not an easy job to do that.
Yeah. So as consumer in the West, we really care where our food comes from and whether or not it's good quality and, you know, not abusing child labor and things like that. But that, I think that is very Western consumer-centric, where we are working from emerging market point of view. Okay, so you can trace your food, and you can say, okay, paraquat was used in the production of rice that you're eating. But how do you actually change the behavior of the farmers? An example is there's been a lot of effort trying to get the farmers onto global good agriculture practice. But reality is when they produce these produce under GAP, their price don't improve. So the market actually don't differentiate for the price that they get. So how do you actually incentivize farmers to change behavior, even if you can trace back the where's the source of the food come from?
So I'll just give one example. So when you look at the cocoa market and coffee markets, they're actually fairly well organized. There's still lots of issues at the ground level, but they've got grading systems. And when you look at, for example, palm oil, it's used in so many different things. I mean, just look at the back of the labels of anything, you'll see palm oil somewhere. There's no grading system. And believe it or not, there is high quality palm oil and there's low quality. And there are different grades in between the high and the low. Farmers would love, that we've spoken to, get higher pricing for their premium quality. But there's no mechanism in place right now. There's no government institution, there's no NGO that actually grades these things and actually keeps the integrity of that grading. But if someone were to come in and let's say we used a blockchain solution to help facilitate that, that could transform an entire sector that really does actually want a grading system, because there are gradients. It's just who's going to come up with the standards, who's going to make sure that it's properly enforced, and how do you make sure that the labeling is adopted worldwide? It's a challenge. But look, cocoa markets have done it. It's not perfect. Coffee markets have done it. So it is possible. So in those areas, here's what we can do. If we actually created standards and farmers who are producing the high quality stuff could actually get paid more, there you are, more dollars into the pockets or whatever currency into the pockets of those farmers. That's across the board. Cassava is another one. By the way, if you're not eating cassava, you probably will have cassava on your plates in the next X number of years. It's gluten-free, it's got wellness benefits, it's eaten by large chunks of Central African countries. People are already talking about cassava being the next, Western wellness commodity that everyone's going to be eating, like tapioca was and whatever else was before that. It's going to become a fad. Well, can you imagine if certain countries that are big cassava producers could figure out a way to actually create a premium product and have it not be just a low-grade commodity? This could be actually something amazing. But the problem is today, when a commodity like that becomes hot, the only people who end up making the money are usually the end product producers, not the actual product producer or the commodity producer.
And on that end, we are out of time. I want to thank all of you, Sandra, Reggie, Kwan. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us.
I know some of you may still have questions for the panelists. I will ask you to take the questions just out of the room, because we are going to move into our next session. For those of you who are remaining in the room, next up we have a lightning talk about environment and blockchain by Nick. Once again, I'm going to ask folks if you have questions, please take it out of the room. We are going to move into our next session. Thank you. The next session is environment and blockchain. And can we queue up? Sorry, can we queue up the slides for the environment and blockchain? All right, so come up here. I'll show you what's going on.
Don't leave, especially if you're impact investors. We're going to speak about energy, blockchain, energy and land use. So I hope it's going to be interesting.
So here's what's going to happen. Your PowerPoint's going to end up over there. That little red screen, you'll be able to see it if you can't see it from here, but maybe you can. And then this is just your button to go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
You bring it up, I start?
Huh? Yeah. And then I will give you a warning when you have 5 minutes left.
That's the 25-minute session, 5 minutes left, so 20 minutes later.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't be shy, there are plenty of seats up front.
Okie doke. Morning, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Nick. I'm an economist, Swiss, based in Zurich. My career started with McKinsey, and I ended up doing blockchain and climate. I'll tell you a little bit what my foundation is doing and end up with 2 use cases that look at specifically the land management area and the energy area and what we are doing there. The main subject of this is the Hack for Climate Innovation Program. I'll just start very briefly. Cleantech 21 is my foundation. I've been running it for 10 years in Zurich. The first 8 years, our focus has been on Swiss Cleantech, which is Switzerland's first green business association. So I essentially was a lobbyist. I lobbied for a lot of green energy policies and mobility policies. So I had a deep dive into sort of the regulatory frameworks necessary when you talk about environmental issues. After the Paris Climate Conference, I decided that the focus on Switzerland was enough, and I wanted to do and direct the foundation more towards international issues again. And I've chosen as one of 2 main things, an innovation field, and that's really the intersection between climate and distributed ledgers, or blockchain, as you all call it around here. I did that for a very simple reason. I think climate is a huge problem, and we need disruptive regulation and disruptive innovation to address it in the right way. For disruptive regulation, I've set up and initiated and set up the Climate Ledger initiative. You'll find that under climateledger.org. Climate Ledger is now financed by the Swiss, the Liechtenstein governments, and a couple of other governments are looking into financing that. In addition, we're running a research agenda at this very interesting intersection, trying to find out with governments where they need to understand things in order to make sure regulation adapts to what this technology is able to do. The other project I'm going to focus on today is the Hack for Climate Innovation Program. This is a private sector, private financed initiative, and it's an innovation program at the same intersection, and this is what I'm going to talk to you all about. But because I'm really not sure who's sitting in the room, I have introduced myself. Could you raise your hand if you're a blockchain specialist? There's 2 of you. That's great. Okay. Okay, there's one more with a consensus T-shirt. Okay. Who is a climate sort of specialist? Okay, so the tough question, anybody been at the COP climate conference? 3 people. Great stuff. Anybody own a wallet? So lots of investors there. That was a tricky question, going back to the first one, if you noted. Yeah, basically climate as the first main topic. Before I dig into the technology, it's just my duty to mention this. We are not on track. And I really want you to take a note of that because we had a Paris Climate Agreement in December 2015 agreeing that we should stick, if possible, to 1.5 degrees global warming. It says there in the text 1.5 to 2 degrees. I just want to make sure that everybody knows we're absolutely not on track. If you see on the left, this is a climate chart of temperature increase. We are now in 2018, and 2017 already has scratched at the 1 degree warming boundary. So it's really dire times in that respect. And in terms of takeaways, very specific takeaways, I'd just like to bring to your attention that I wouldn't make any additional fossil investment if I were you, and you shouldn't, in the sake of future generations. And that starts with your lawnmower and ends with your car and everything in between. So don't invest any additional money into new fossil infrastructure. Buy an electric car, buy an electric lawnmower. Don't invest in diesel or gas or anything like that. It's really no time for that anymore. We have a big climate problem. And the nice thing about it, though, this climate problem is also quite an opportunity. So this is very new data coming out just last week. I brought you the source underneath. There was a Guardian article, but referring to a Nature publication, so peer-reviewed stuff. And this gives you a great number. This is 30 trillion, if I did the zeros correctly. And that's the savings that we can all experience if we stick to that 1.5 target that was on the Eiffel Tower on my previous slide. That's $30 trillion that we can save for future generations, and the costs of achieving that 1.5 C target is actually 0.5 trillion, the number below. So we are talking factor 60 of savings if we go for that tough target. And note that this is not going for 2 degrees, but rather for 1.5. So this is my point to you. It's well worth doing for our future generation to go for steep climate targets, and that's 1.5 C. I think this is a really interesting figure, very easy to remember. It's well worth the effort. Okay, now let's dig into technology and innovation. So we have a steep road ahead. Another good figure is by the year 2050, we need to be net zero. So, as much CO2 we still emit, we have to capture net zero. That's a very steep target in 30 years. That really means no further fossil investments. And the trend that is guiding us in this on the macro level is really this trend that we are going from central to decentral systems. I don't have too much time to go about this, but most of you have learned about this in energy. Energy is more and more in a decentral way. We also have decentral systems in ownership. We don't have our own cars anymore, but we share ownership in cars, and we have decentral currencies, etc. So this is a macro trend we're trying to address when we tackle innovation for climate. Specifically, we think that this troika of disruptive technologies are really key. And this has at the center distributed ledgers, or blockchain, with this great thing that you can administer and exchange value in a decentral way, with smart contracts being sort of a main feature of it. But we look at it very much together with 2 other technologies, and that's IoT, the Internet of Things, on the one side, that helps us to capture data. And on the other side, artificial intelligence, that helps us to learn out of the data. If the 3 are working together in a good way, we can create new dynamic systems that really bring disruptive innovation. And they're working in a really integrated way, because if you learn well, for example, with AI, you can feed that straight back to IoT. That's machine-to-machine type communication, where this learning is then directly included into automated processes. So that's sort of our technology approach. This is a slide that shows you that I've been active in this area for some 2.5 years now. On the back you have the Bitcoin price chart. In this audience it may be better to do the Ethereum price chart, but it just shows, we've been active in this for a while, launching several workshops, stakeholder workshops and stuff. And the Hack for Climate Innovation program has really been the main thing that came out of this 2.5 years of work, and the main thing that led to it was really Hack for Climate itself, which was the first ever hackathon at the Climate Distributed Ledger intersection. It was the first ever hackathon held during a COP Climate Conference. It was on a hotel boat. You see the picture bottom left, where we invited from 33 different countries, 100 top programmers that we've selected from thousands of applications that we received. We did 17 workshops in global centers before and received a lot of interest. So we can tap the global developer community on this issue of climate, and we can get the best guys, because the best guys, they can choose where they want to work. And we tell them that climate is really where they should work, because it's the world's biggest challenge. So we can grab that talent and bring them to the climate conferences, bring them together with corporate partners and regulators, and work on use cases. That really makes sense. That makes sense because they're disruptive, they're scalable, but that makes sense also because they're tangible and they can be implemented. They're relevant, they're not some pie in the sky idea, but they relate to the reality and therefore can be implemented. When we thought about, why we had a good experience there and why we really had cool use cases coming out of it, and I speak to two at the end, the core of it all are these guys. And actually you see Vanessa of Consensus there on the right with her blonde hair. She was part of the team that was on the boat for the 5 days with us in Bonn, because Consensus was one of the supporters of this hackathon. We looked at what really worked, and what worked was that we could tap those great guys, dispersed all over the world, really smart, and can choose where they want to work, and if you give them the right projects, you'll get them. And we give them the right projects, and with them we add corporate partners, because those innovative young guys, they need the industry know-how of corporate partners, and they need the topical know-how of NGO partners to really then make these tangible solutions I was referring to. So we understood that's sort of the winning formula, these innovative guys with the right partners. And therefore we have formulated this program. It's a 5-year innovation program, about $70 million in investments over 5 years. You see top left, world's biggest problem, climate. We add this disruptive troika of IoT, DLT, and AI, and we do a program that basically runs through 100 challenges and 50 use cases in this 5-year period. We do each COP climate conference a large hackathon and use case studio where we bring the hackers together with the experts that are at the climate conferences and choose the best challenges, make them to use cases, choose the best use cases, and finance them all to ventures with really great effects on specific climate actions, and also with advantages for the partners that are involved and advantages for the hackers that are involved. I don't want to go into this detail, but I just wanted to draw your attention that when we think about climate, we think about this in a pretty holistic way and define 6 industry themes that we focus on. If you read them carefully, you'll see that, for example, we're not focusing on energy wholesale trading, but we're focusing on distributed renewable energies only in the energy field. So we dig into those areas where we think there's most beef to the bone and where we should focus our innovation efforts on. And then we have sort of a set of cross-industry themes, such as remote sensing, where we draw to the hackers, the attention to the hackers and to our partners that we expect a lot of innovation in those areas, so that this type of area is then included in the use cases that we do. We have 2 affiliate programs, one for innovation partners, basically companies and NGOs, and one for impact investors. And I have the great pleasure to today introduce for the first time that Consensus is our first partner in the innovation program. Really happy about that. It was confirmed last night. Yes, thank you, Consensus. And also that the Climate Works Foundation, which is sort of the IFC among the foundations in the climate space, is also supporting us. So with these 2 very strong partners, we can now take off in this program. It makes me really, really happy, and I want to thank Vanessa most sincerely for making Consensus the first corporate partner. Maybe just quickly in terms of selecting the use cases before I end with the actual 2 use cases I have time on speaking. This is basically our biggest challenge, because there are literally thousands of use case and challenge opportunities that we could work on. And we as a team, together with our partners, have to figure out where should we work on and how do we select them. And in selecting, we have a pretty complex matrix, and we work with WWF and many other organizations in making sure that we make that choice right. But in essence, we look for scalability. As I mentioned, disruption is really needed. We need to find climate action that scale. We also look at sort of our role in terms of the intersection that we're addressing. We don't want to do the easy commercial cases because they will be dealt in the market. And then, of course, we have the technological feasibility and the regulatory feasibility that are very key for us because, as I mentioned, don't want pie in the sky solutions, but rather really tangible stuff that can be implemented both on the regulatory, on the tech side. So I'll end up now with 2 very specific cases. One is called Red Chain. You see how we measure it. It's very good on each dimension. It employs technology that is basically available today. And the other one is Selber, a bottom-up energy case, which is a little bit less straightforward because it actually has a lot of scalability potential, but it still uses technology that is sort of in PhD and post-PhD stadium, where we talk about algorithms running microgrids and stuff that are not just available right away today, and where some regulatory pieces are yet to be put together. So the first one, Red Chain, is a really easy one in the sense it was the part of the team there was the winning Hack for Climate 2017. Basically, it started with artificial intelligence. So it applies neural networks to past satellite pictures of forest areas. It was in Brazil that the team at the Hack applied this. So they looked at 10 years of past forestation development or deforestation developments and apply the neural network to that, and were thereby able to judge where in the future deforestation would be most likely to happen. And that may sound trivial, but nobody has ever done that before, and that's very important because there's large sums of money going from developed to developing countries, and with this type of analysis we can prioritize that funding. So that was one main element, the AI element you see at the bottom left. Another element is that if we publish land use data on distributed ledgers, we have a really good information incentive sharing incentive structure. Because a lot of developing countries actually don't trust UN bodies so much because they then argue that they're run by committees that are influenced by developed countries and so on and so forth. So if you can publish in a distributed way, you get more countries to publish more information. So that's the distributed registry, a very key aspect of it all. Then we have a staking system. So with a wallet like those who raised the hand have, you stake value as a local custodian, and you will lose that value if the forest that you're supposed to protect is no longer forest. If you're successful and the forest is still forest, then you'll make something on your stake. So we have a really sort of hands-on way of incentivizing local stakeholders, and that has not been happening either. So we work with a lot of organizations that have hands-on experience in the ground, working with stakeholders, and we give them this technology to incentivize them in a better way. Then there's remote sensing. A lot of people in land management, forest management will tell you, yeah, but their satellites coverage is not great, and there are clouds, and then we don't see the land, and so on and so forth. Yes, that has been the past, but in the future, no, this is not going to be the future because the satellites are getting better and better. With infrared, we can see through the clouds. The flyovers are increasing dramatically, so we can even do this for land management, which changes a lot, like agriculture every few months, a different type of land use. So this works really great, and if we integrate this, we can already start to make a really dynamic system because we have a satellite flying over a piece of land, takes a picture, flies over again in the second time period, compares these two pictures in an automated way. If the land is still forest, then the payment from Norway to Chile is executed. If the land is not forest, then there's a red flag, and the guy from Norway knows and the guy from Chile knows to act on it because it's breaching the contract. So it's basically automating things and creating really interesting systems that are much more dynamic than what you have today, because often today you find that Sweden and Norway finances the same plot of land in Chile, and nobody knows, and some government official is really happy because he's sort of, and we go a little forward because we bring this in the official REDD+ process. This is the UNFCCC process that regulates this type of forest management. And as the last point, we can also apply tokenization, because tokenization for forests is really cool. Thus far, if you're in the private market, forests are owned by large pension funds because you need to invest lots of money to have somebody take care of the forest and actually make that investment work. With tokenization, you can basically buy the forest, split it up into small tokens, and then basically democratize access to forest investments. Really sort of simple, straightforward case for distributed ledgers or cryptocurrencies if you want. So that's part of the Red Chain case. Status is that we just received 500,000 euros in funding from the European Climate Kick program, and yesterday I had meetings with the World Bank to try and get another 500,000 to make sure we can add some additional technology to this and basically implement it within the next 18 months. So that we have a GCF, a Green Climate Fund facility that is ready for developing countries to apply, then get the money to implement the technology and get the system running. So this would be really our sort of best case of coming up with the idea and pulling it through in a very quick way to a tangible solution that is actually then financed. In the little time that I have left, the last example just on the energy, I mean, there's probably people in the room who have experience in energy. I just wanted to sort of draw your attention on the energy field, how we address it. There's many blockchain solutions for wholesale trading. There's blockchain solutions for renewable energy certificates and things like that. We're not really interested in this because we think this is cool, sort of short term, but that's not what's needed long term. What's needed long term is really a solution that turns the energy market upside down, because it's going to be bottom up. We have four main waves in energy. One is basically through already with photovoltaic panels getting cheaper and cheaper. It's a factor of 10 in the last 10 years. It's a good number to remember. And that's just the first one. The second one is the batteries that are now going through that same development, getting cheaper and cheaper because the production volumes increase very, very steeply. And these two things together already bring us to great, very much further, because the solar panel and the battery combined is a very, very strong thing. Fluctuations in the network and so on can be mitigated by having both a panel and a battery. So we see batteries as a very important thing that has just started in terms of price reductions. The third wave we haven't seen yet, and that's the integration wave. You will have photovoltaically integrated surfaces practically everywhere. I have one here on my briefcase. That's a photovoltaic panel. That's integrated into my briefcase because it's a surface anyway, so it may also be an active surface that gives me some value other than being a surface. And you will have the same thing in your facades. And you will have the same thing even on the streets. They're running pilots in France where you have photovoltaically active streets. Not all of those integrations will be at the end worth the dollar, but there will be lots, and especially around facades and houses and parking infrastructure and so on and so forth, will have it. So whether or not you want it, in our opinion, the world's going to be driven by photovoltaically generated energy, that we will produce decentrally and store decentrally. And if you add to that wave number 4, this troika of IoT, DLT, and AI, we bring it very far so that the actual energy market can happen bottom up, where you no longer have a top-down type of network regulation trying to balance the network top-down, but you actually have a bottom-up type regulation and management where the prosumer is in the center. You share with your neighbor, you share with the local network, and you apply these technologies to make this going. And if you look at the charts very briefly, you will have not a smart meter, but an energy hub in your house. A smart meter gives you the wrong information incentive. It's a device that the utility buys and puts in your house to share your data for the utility's benefit. But that's the wrong information incentives. You need to turn this around. The smart meter should be an energy hub which you own. And you own that, and you share the data, and you share that data with the incentive of giving you a benefit and not the utility. Therefore, we see different prosumers all consuming and producing, all having energy hubs that identify their local devices through IoT, identify themselves as a legal person, and the devices as being the devices of that legal person, then publishing that information on a distributed ledger, where you then have a marketplace and auction system that does both the price regulation, at which price you shall sell energy with your neighbor and so on and so forth, and also the actual management of loads. So that it's an AI that at the end uses this information and decides whether your fridge should right now charge or whether it should wait for 5 minutes because your neighbor is charging his electric car, and so on and so forth. It's this type of management that at the end of the day will allow us to really have dynamic microgrids in developed and developing countries. So with this, I have to stop. I actually wanted to show you that we have June now to conclude some further strategic partnerships. And then we may launch a token ourselves, actually. I'm very critical about different ICOs and token launches, but we have decided to do one ourselves. We want to basically democratize this impact investment opportunity that Hack for Climate presents, in our view, with a token, so that average guys can invest 50 or $100 into being part of being an impact investor in our program. So that's supposed to happen end 2018 or beginning 2019. That's our development plan. And with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention and remind you that we really have to act now because climate is very urgent. If you want to follow me, this is my Twitter. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we have a quick time for questions. Yes, yes?
How long will it take to get to that point where you can get rid of the electric companies and do it that
In last September, we have launched a pilot in Switzerland that is running now in a certain village. What is needed is, at the moment, some investments because the batteries aren't cheap yet, and sandbox regulation so that your network costs, the costs that you have to pay for the network if you, as my neighbor, sell the energy to me, are lower and actually economically correctly lower because we only use these 20 meters or few short distances rather than a network tariff that includes different transformer stations and thousands of miles of network miles. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, smart meters, and rightfully so, get some resistance in some markets. And I think this is my point. A smart meter is not a fair device. It's not. You get rid of them in the sense that you change regulation. Yeah. That depends on different markets. In Europe, certain markets allow this stuff already. We use sandbox regulation to say, okay, let's try this stuff in these communities. It's not going to come overnight, but we have to work on these issues. And at the end of the day, energy is working bottom up, and you need to share your information for your advantage, not with a device that somebody else owns and puts into your house. And I'm speaking on Monday with the European Smart Meter Association, telling them exactly this, that they have to completely change the way their business works, and that their business-to-business device is actually going to be a business-to-consumer device, because I'm totally convinced we all will own our own smart meters. If we pay a couple of $1,000 for our panels and batteries, then paying another $100 for a smart meter that is then ours makes total sense. Yeah.
You sound a little bit pessimistic about where climate change is taking us. Is there a way that through your wallets or investing in what you're doing in Clean Tech 21 that there is another path around carbon capture? And did anybody talk about hacking reforestation, those kinds of things?
Unfortunately, the news is really we need to do everything that we can, and that includes carbon capture. But the carbon capture at the moment on all the technical levels is just much more expensive than just shutting down the fossil plants and producing energy renewably. I have friends involved in carbon capture ventures. They're really complex and they're interesting, but the best way to capture carbon is to not cut the forests and use the forests as carbon capture. We really need to do it all. What should not be the case, and why I'm a bit skeptical in the climate scene sometimes, is because a lot of people, including at the World Bank, that think very much like we have thought in the last 20 years. There was a question in the audience before on carbon markets, for example. I think it's completely ridiculous to think that what we have now tried to establish for 15 years in Europe and have arrived at the carbon price of something like 10 euros or $10, you could say, to then think that it's a good idea to export the same model all over the world to make sure that everybody else is trying to arrive after 10, 15, 20 years at $10 a ton, where we actually should be at $100 a ton now, and we should rather think that this model may not be the right one because it's prone to too much lobbying, and therefore a carbon tax that you just imposed by the government and then redistribute to the population in an equal way. Straightforward model applied in several countries already is the much better, a much faster, and much more realistic way to achieve the goal of reducing carbon. So thinking out of the box, and we hope with these ideas that we do help people think out of the box. And we are working at the carbon tax dividend model, for example, using the blockchain, so that we can come to Bonn or come to a climate conference and say, hey, check out this, it works. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to break. I'll stay here if you don't mind asking the question.
There's something after you right now.
Yeah, so we're going to move out, and you could ask me a question there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so before we break for lunch, and yeah, if you have any questions, Nick will be right outside the door here. Before we break for lunch, we're going to do another Blockchain for Social Impact Incubator Showcase. So once again, I'll direct your attention to the screen here, and we're going to queue up the next showcase. So please have a seat if you're joining. If you have any questions, please head outside.
Weather is one thing that we can't control, but affects us all. For some, the weather can have a big impact on their livelihood and even survival. There needs to be a way for everyone to access the best possible weather information. Between 2005 and 2014, $93 billion was lost in crop and livestock productions due to natural hazards and disasters in developing countries. Weather-related disasters may slow overall economic growth, especially where agriculture and food production still account for a large share of gross domestic product and employment. Financial losses from droughts, floods and storms can cripple families, communities and even nations, leaving them in poverty loops. Inaccurate or non-existent weather forecasts affects many farmers in developing countries. Thor is here to change all of that. Thor is a global, open and decentralized weather data platform using blockchain technology, removing silos from weather data, enabling innovation and a borderless infrastructure. Weather station owners and forecasters will be incentivized to contribute high-quality data and improving coverage. Rarer and higher quality data points will result in greater rewards. Thor will enable more reliable and accessible weather forecasts, ultimately enabling farmers to make better choices and reduce financial losses. Contributors are rewarded with the Thor Weather Data Read Token. People or organizations who want to read data, such as weather forecasters, insurance companies or researchers, use tokens to gain access. So how are we going to get this data into the hands of farmers? Using a simple feature phone, farmers can request a forecast from Thor Weather via SMS. This is just the beginning. The benefit of an open system is that it fosters an ecosystem of innovative weather services. To find out more, visit us at thor-weather.io and join the democratization of the world's weather data.
Hi, I'm Erica.
And I'm Steve.
And I'm Bio.
And I'm Charlotte.
And I'm Yuli.
We are Team Thor. I grew up in a family of farmers, so I've always understood the importance of weather and the impact it can have on our livelihood. I remember when I was young and my dad would take me through the fields and he'd show me how delicate wheat was. But he also showed me the devastating impact heavy rain could have on our wheat fields. Thanks to the accuracy of weather forecasts, we could always plan ahead and we could harvest early to make the really most out of our land. So I never really realized how lucky we were to have these weather forecasts available to us, because in my research I realized developing countries have such limited weather forecasts that they have to resort to guessing the weather or praying for weather. 80% of food consumed in the developing world is coming from millions of rain-fed farms, and they are using outdated forecasting methods. Agriculture is the single largest employer in the world, and more reliable forecasts would mean more reliable income for 40% of the world's population. We all met at a blockchain hackathon in London earlier this year, which was sponsored by the Bank of Papua New Guinea. So Charlotte, Bio and Yuli, they come from a commercial background, which nicely complemented Steve, Iffy and myself, who are all three of us software engineers. Despite our different backgrounds, we realized quickly that we shared the same values, so we clicked and we started working together. During the weekend, we got the opportunity to interact with Papua New Guineans who told us how terrible and unreliable the weather forecasts were in Papua New Guinea. They also shared with us that 80% of the GDP in Papua New Guinea comes from agriculture. This really validated to us that Thor can have, in a country like Papua New Guinea, a huge impact on their population and their livelihoods and their GDP. Weather doesn't stop at borders. It is a global concern and opportunity to enable the poorest people in the world to lift themselves out of poverty.
All right, we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. Lunch will be downstairs in the Great Hall for attendees, volunteers. It'll be up here in the mezzanine, not in this room, but in this upstairs area. Excuse me, but in this upstairs area. And then the next session will start at 1. So see you then. What's going on? Long time no talk. Yeah. So things are really well. Tuesday, got an offer like same day, so that was really well. Yeah, I just accepted it this morning. That's awesome. So yeah, things. All right, things are about to go crazy. Right? You gotta go. You're off to North Carolina. Yeah. Right. For a year. So at first I was trying to. First with I was thinking it's gonna be 18 to 24 months. Yeah. Because I had more experience already with clients, and I was gonna be out like a year. But yeah. So we'll be out there for a year, 19 years. Okay, that's not too bad. All right.
Hello. That seems like a thing. It's a thing.
We're going to be your moderators. That's what's happening right now. Cool. One of us is in the middle of the meeting.
That's okay. You can keep eating. We won't do anything exciting for the first 20 minutes. But we may need a new microphone.
Huh?
We may need a new microphone.
Oh, wait. Are you walking around?
I will often walk around. Yeah.
Okay, got it. That's fine.
Walk around. I'm sure the chairs will end up out of order.
So first thing, you pull this up. If you turn this up.
Cool.
Alright, so now we should be able to pull it up, right?
You got your remote? Perfect.
Press hard. It seems to work.
Yes. You go back, you got a laser pointer on it.
Yep. Do you have extra batteries?
Anything you need for your presentation?
I mean, I've seen the presentations on the computer, so.
Oh crap. Okay, so I'll come down with you. It's okay. Yep, we're just gonna head all the way down past the Great Hall down to the Bat Cave. It's a really dark area. There'll be people there to direct you, and I'll also come. Oh, because I just went and told them. I was like, are we gonna read? Oh, okay. Everyone's here? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Should I go downstairs? Yeah. Do you know where it is?
downstairs is sitting downstairs.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
I only have Oculus on the list.
Yeah.
So what time is it?
Just right after. So I'm just staying on the stage for 5 minutes. So Ben's coming up with me to like launch the front too.
Ben Siegel?
So we have 2 pieces of AV. There's a video.
Okay.
And it's like.
Were they given to the? Oh, then you're good. You're good. Okay. So I'll just before you go up, I'll just say launch decentralized employment, and they'll put that up there. Yeah. And then, do you know, like, because I only have you scheduled at 3:30, and then a panel's going to come on right after you.
So I'm at 3:30.
You're finished at 3:30.
So I have 3:15.
Yeah, to get both of those.
So I'm gonna do 10 minutes on
one, and then you want me to just like flag you at 10, and then let you know when you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah. And then we'll just put up the time sheet. So we need 2.5 minutes approximately for the video.
Okay.
And 2.5 minutes for just the.
It's okay if it's like audio. But let this one start on time so I can get you in. Yeah, you'll be alright. Alright, hello. Thanks for coming back after the coffee break. Hopefully, how's it going for everyone? Awesome! No, really though, like, how's it going? Good, fine, give me something. Give me an applause. What's happening? Really? Okay, I got greats and wonderfuls. I'll take them. All right. Very excited group. Okay. So next up, we have the BSIC Incubator Showcase. So I'll just ask the folks in audio, video, AV folks to cue that up. So we'll take a look at that. And then following directly after, if you choose to stay in here, will be decentralized employment. And I will make that announcement again after the video. Enjoy.
In recent years, the refugee crisis has dawned upon global. To date, more than 1 million people have been forcibly displaced, and many of these individuals have no official forms of identification. Although foreign nations and humanitarian aid organizations have tried their best to support these refugees, the resources allocated to these efforts have been insufficient and poorly distributed. That's why we've developed Unchained, a digital identity and resource allocation system, which grants refugees power over their self-sovereignty while making resource distribution more effective and efficient for humanitarian aid organizations. The Unchained system links biometrically secured identity profiles with token wallets, making it possible to disperse cash-based aid directly to refugees without the need for banks or other financial institutions. This also enables refugees to engage in peer-to-peer transactions, which can help bolster economic development in refugee communities. To begin using the Unchained system, refugees must first register, using their biometric fingerprint along with other relevant information to their identity. They can then use this identity linked with a token wallet to use resources and pay for services. When a refugee attempts to use a service or purchase goods, the service provider observes the refugee's identity claim. When the identity is verified via a public key obtained from the claim signature, the transaction is processed and funds are transferred. Because the Unchained system enables peer-to-peer transactions, this supports the development of microeconomies within local communities. Identities and transactions are validated continuously, and the data is recorded on the chain. Using the data recorded on the chain, transaction information can be analyzed, allowing abnormal transactions to be flagged and bad actors to be penalized. Unchained is better than current cash-based aid distribution systems because it is faster, more secure, and more efficient. Using Unchained, cash-based aid can be dispersed to refugees nearly instantaneously and does not require complex administration to distribute this aid. The Unchained system is beneficial for humanitarian aid organizations since it removes banks from their business networks, reducing the amount of fees incurred from transactions. It also improves aid organizations' operational efficiency, requiring fewer personnel to distribute aid while reducing expenses attributed to inefficiencies in the aid distribution process. The Unchained system helps refugees because it allows them to establish a permanent and immutable record of their provenance and identity, which can help them get jobs, open bank accounts, and apply for citizenship and asylum. Our minimum viable product includes the ERC 725 identity implementation, the ERC 735 and ERC 20 implementations, test transactions and an identity mapper, a mock-up of the mobile interface, and fingerprint authentication. Our plans for future development include the implementation of an account recovery system, data analysis tools, a React.js implementation, posting and getting transaction details using Swarm APIs, spoof protection, and scale-up of the Unchained system. To conduct an initial pilot program of the Unchained system, we will partner with UNHCR and the World Food Program.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Sorry. Last time I did that, like a video came on after, so I'm just making sure that was the end of it. Okay. Let's see here. Cool. Okay. So we ended that a little bit early. So in about let's say 5 minutes or so, we're gonna start with decentralized employment. It'll be a lightning talk. John, I'll ask you to come up. You can start getting ready if you're still in the room. There you are. Okay, great. Cool. Really, yeah, you don't start yet, but I'm just saying, like, you can get ready. Like, we got some water for you there. Oh, let me get this. You have
I got a game we can play. You guys want to do that? Yeah. All right, so let's play a game then. All right, so this is inclusion game. Everybody ready? Ready? All right, so how many people would classify themselves as crypto curious? Anybody? It's like, yeah, I'm learning. I kind of know a few things. I'm trying to get dangerous. Actually, if you're lucky, Consensus will give you a t-shirt that says crypto curious on it. If you haven't seen those, you should get one. They're pretty funny. Okay. The green button makes it easy. Okay.
When you're ready.
All right, so crypto curious people, raise your hands again. Keep them up. Okay. You guys had your hands up, didn't you? Okay, keep your hands up. So how many of you have bought any crypto? Okay, only those that have their hands up the first time. Okay, so let's subset it, right? So we're going to say, of the crypto curious, how many have bought crypto? How many of you are still holding your crypto on Coinbase? Or somewhere like that, like a custodian. Okay? How many of you have a hardware wallet? Same subset. Okay, so back one up. Raise your hand again. So I've got a gift. So if you want a crypto wallet, I have a few left over from ETH Denver. And come grab one. It's a game.
Are they sealed?
Oh yeah, they're sealed. So one left. There you go. All right, if you want one and you didn't get one, come grab my business card. So for those that didn't know about ETH Denver, who knew about that, ETH Denver? So we threw a hackathon in Denver in February that was the largest Ethereum hackathon to date. T-shirt right there, represent. And yeah, so we had 1,500 people from 23 countries, 31 states, 58 sponsors. It's pretty cool. So every year in Denver, we're doing the same thing. We expect probably 2,500 people next year. We had 170 projects come out of it. In fact, one of the projects that we did, we're going to talk about at the end of my lightning talk. So if you're bored and want to come to Denver and get some fresh air at Mile High, you should come check it out. We got a lot going on. And like I said, if you want a wallet and you really, 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 really want Denver branded, come get my business card and I'll. Yes, they are. If you open it, it's sealed, but if you open it, you'll see that it's customized. She's all happy. You got to email me though, right? I can't mail it to somebody I don't know. Now everybody wants one. The room's going to be full here in a second. I'll give you a card after. I got more in my bag. Or you can just email me right there. Say, I want a wallet. All right, so when do you think we should start?
You've got 4 minutes unless you want to start.
Does anybody have any jokes or stories they want to tell? I can play games, but you do.
I have a bold question.
Yes.
Do you know mine? I don't think so. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'll project.
Project, please.
So I am very, very new to all of this.
You're crypto curious.
Yeah. I work in the human rights field.
Okay.
And so it would be really nice if when you say a term, you define it. That might not be.
Or just not use buzzwordy stuff that in your head.
That would be so great.
I'm going to try really hard.
Okay, and maybe I can be like.
I'll just look at you every now and again. And if you're like glazing, I'll know that I'm totally losing you. Did you see Joe Lubin's Daily Show thing that he did?
No.
He did an interview with one of their comedian reporters. And it was hilarious because he said, does everybody talk like this? Because he was using all the terminology. So I'll try really, really hard to keep it simple. Okay, cool. Just for you. Sure. So in 2013, is that a serious question?
It is.
Oh, wow, you're that new. Yeah. You are super crypto curious. Yes. Like double, triple crypto curious. Okay. We got 2 minutes to kill. Well, we got 2 minutes to kill. So in 2013, Vitalik was dissatisfied with the Bitcoin community's direction. So do you know who Vitalik Buterin is? So Vitalik Buterin is a dropout of University of Waterloo, and he's probably the smartest person that I've met. He was writing for Bitcoin magazine at the time and had an idea to create, instead of just digital money, decentralized applications, a platform, but it was rejected by the Bitcoin community. So he wrote the white paper for Ethereum. It was circulated around the Toronto area primarily and into New York, got quite a bit of interest and support, and the rest is history. So that's what Ethereum is. So Ethereum is effectively a platform for decentralized applications. It's the world computer of decentralized applications. Yeah. You're welcome. Well, I'm glad I could help. Now it's time for me to go, right? See, look at that. Transition time. We just go right into it. So I'm John. I talk a lot about employment. I'm very passionate about it. I think that employment's really kind of antiquated the way that we do it. I'm also a big believer that empowerment on a global basis is going to be the solution, not pixie dust and trickle-down sorts of efforts. So we're going to talk about financial inclusion, but in a little bit different way than what you might normally expect. So I've spent 20 years in HR and HR tech, recruitment, and dealing with other employment-related issues. So far, I'm keeping you, it looks like. We're good? No, I figured as much. I haven't used buzzwords yet, but I'm waiting. I'll drop them. All right. So does this work? Yes. It does. Yes, it does. Okay, so mobile phones, a lot of the way that we address financial inclusion today is based on microcredit and lending and banking and using mobile phones and really cool stuff like that. These efforts we should absolutely do. They're worthwhile. In fact, with just the connected world and 5 billion mobile phones out there, there's an incredible connectivity in the human population that just hasn't existed in previous generations. So these are all really great efforts. But then Vitalik, the guy that I mentioned before, tweeted late last year, we've got $500 billion in market cap in crypto. Have we earned it? And how many people have we banked that are unbanked? How much progress have we actually made? Are we moving the needle? Now, I'm not here to question whether or not financial inclusion through the banking efforts or microcredit is valid, but I will say that some of the efforts are ending up in the same problematic areas that we've had before. They become for-profit efforts, which leaves the NGOs and the family offices and the charities to fill the gap, and some of this is just same song, second verse. So again, I think the projects that are spending their time working on this should do it, but maybe there's another way. Maybe there's something that we can do from another angle. So imagine a world where every Uber driver that you know or that you've ridden in could co-op together to buy health insurance or other perks and benefits that they might want for employment. Imagine that it didn't have anything to do with a centralized party, that they could do this completely independently of any permission. So the gig economy is a hot topic, right? Everyone is moving to freedom and flexibility. We're moving to less full-time W-2 employment. In fact, the average tenure of that type of job class now is less than 2 years. It's 18 months. People aren't staying at roles because they suck either. They're not staying in roles because they want freedom, they want flexibility, they want variety. It's the new norm. So people are not staying in the efforts to create a great place to work, it doesn't work anymore. Employers are spending gobs of money and people are still leaving at the same attrition rate. So there's something else going on. Now, from the employer side, this is creating a huge cost to them. See, every time an employee turns over, that creates massive economic cost to them. Training, replacement, recruitment, all these sorts of things. And it's not something that they find is sustainable. In fact, companies like GE are saying things like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we could just outsource all of our employment, just keep the customers in the IP? These are companies with tens of thousands of employees, not small businesses. So it seems that both parties want something new. Now, employment today, employment is centralized, squishy. Great slide, isn't that great? It's centralized today, okay? So we all know employment to be circled around the corporation. So I have benefits, I have perks, I have all these things that they provide me. Companies compete on that versus the actual quality of the work that they're providing. And as a solution, they're now outsourcing this to another party that solves a problem for the employer but doesn't do much for the employee. And then if I want to be on my own, I can, but at my own peril. I inherit incredible amounts of administrative work, and I got to get my own attorney, my own accountant, and I got to figure out benefits and how to create retirement, and it's a giant pain in the butt. Most people don't want to deal with this stuff. So there isn't a way to enjoy the security and comfort of a W-2 full-time relationship and have the freedom and flexibility of the gig economy. Well, that's about to change. Because the bottom-up solution for this is creating decentralized employment organizations that are decentrally governed. Hopefully I don't lose you on the buzzword. Decentrally governed. We're good? Cool. Where you can democratically align yourself with an organization that meets your personal preferences. So the vision for all of this is that people should control their own work. At the end of the day, outsourcing employment to a third party isn't really the solution. We should give the employment to the people. Excuse me. It's totally plausible and likely, and my prediction is it will be commonplace that you'll work for more than one company in the future at any one time. You could work for N number of companies at any one time, and it won't matter. And you'll have completely self-determined employment, which is borderless and completely sovereign to you. Okay, so what's a DEO? So here's how it works. If you can pick a DEO of probably scores of thousands at scale that align with your social, political beliefs, skill sets, geography, whatever it might be. a DEO could have any number of features and functions associated with it. You would stake membership using a token unique to the ecosystem, and then you would vote on the benefits that are most meaningful to you. Now, if the outcome ends up that you don't like it, you can move to a new one, because remember, your employment is self-determined. And you still have complete control over your own, how you bill or what you charge or what you're making or how you monetize your time. So there's nobody in the middle. There's no union bosses or people telling you what you should and shouldn't do. And there's a trustee that is a shared services group that effectively, instead of each individual hiring their own attorney or accountant, there's a group that will perform all of those functions in compliance for the group as a whole. Now, the possibilities that shifting the control from the corporation to the employees opens up a whole ocean of opportunities. One of my personal favorites is, think about a social net like universal basic income. Today, it's a highly charged political topic. There's a lot of people that would never vote for it or think it's inappropriate for the government to mandate something like that. But what if a group of 1 million creatives got together globally and determined they wanted to do that? They could easily allocate 2% of their wages to a shared pool, another DAO probably, to distribute those funds to people that need them within their group. And it can be completely done democratically, so then if I don't want to do that or participate, I can go pick one of the groups that doesn't do that. So then now we're not forcing people to do things that they don't want to do. So our protocol has 3 components. We've talked about DEOs. We think about identity, and I'll just talk about this at a very high level in more of the portable employment file. So instead of thinking about just my identity, my birth certificate, but actually all my work records that would be owned by me and shareable by me to whoever I choose. And if you think about the connection component or the recruitment process, if I put 1 million creatives in a group worldwide, what did I just also do? I created a market. I don't have an employer standing in front saying, don't talk to my people, which is what happens today. The employers are actually the natural markets for talent, but we can't get to them because employers hold them as assets. But in a DEO circumstance, we no longer have that problem. Now, the impact is wide for this, because if you look at how countries measure GDP, largely it's done based on worker productivity, and it's done on output, and it's done on other things that are all employment related. So if we can actually create inclusion in employment and self-determination on a global scale, which of course this is a big moonshot pipe dream that I'm talking about. None of this is going to happen overnight. But if this becomes the norm of employment as opposed to around corporations, we have big, big opportunities in front of us. So if you want to connect or if you want a ledger, you can just email me. And if I run out of ledgers, I'll apologize. Yeah, we're, again, squishy slide. So appreciate the time and opportunity. So now we're going to transition right into another project that I'm helping launch called Apprentio. So Nick, you want to come up, Ben? Come up. Oh, yeah. And we'll take just a couple of quick questions if you have any while we're preparing the AV. You had a question?
Yes, thank you for presenting. It's a really interesting product and idea. My question is around the DEO. You talked about the ability for an individual to join. Is it possible in your group for the group to kick somebody out? So if we did universal basic income within the room, but one member is somebody who we no longer want to be in our group, is that something that's like able to happen?
So the beautiful thing about decentralized governance is that any one group can configure their governance structure however they choose. So if a group were to have a certain guideline, or if you don't work for a certain amount of time, or if you don't have some sort of a testable catastrophic event or something like that, and you're just being lazy, then they might have a rule around that. You know, there might be some component that has a check and balance, but that every component of a DEO would be configured by its group constituents. Well, yeah, I mean, so what we're building is effectively the construct, the templates, so that people can create these. And yeah, so of course they would be able to make those determinations. We'll go right here, and then. Yeah. Oh yeah, we think about that all the time. Well, so there's a legal component to this that we have to be in compliance with existing labor laws, which is a complexity because most of it's organized to hold companies accountable for things. And if we're creating a new company class that's effectively employees, it's sort of a different game. So we're looking, and we've looked at different constructs. The PEO model will work in some contexts, but the employer becomes the DEO. So from a legal perspective, it would take the EOR responsibilities. The other method that you can use is you can use a co-op methodology. Like in the state of Colorado, we have a legal designation as a co-op that you can create consortiums of small companies. So each individual would be solely incorporated. Yeah. So sole proprietors or LLCs or something like that that would co-op into the group.
Sorry guys, I don't have any more time for questions if you want to go ahead and talk to Francisco.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what. Let's do 2 more questions. So raise your hands quick. Holy cow. And I'll be around. They're ready to play? Okay. Just give me 2 more questions. Okay, right here. Mostly French. Good. Okay.
So I have this Frenchness in me, which in the old state model, the French people always complain about social dumping because the labour laws are really inflexible in France, and there are lots of security, etc. They always complain about others having lower social guarantees. Have you ever thought about how those could potentially form a race to the bottom, where actually the ones that have the least guarantees are going to get the most work?
Yeah, we've thought about it. If you think about natural markets and like there might be a race to the bottom, but you also have a component that the individuals are determining their own pricing. So it's not the DEO who's really racing to the bottom. So you'd have to have an entire subset of people doing that in a DEO as a method of competition. There might be, but that already exists. So it's not something that we already don't deal with. It would just be organized a little bit differently. But in thinking in terms of freedom and flexibility, we try not to think about how to control it. We try to think about how to create aligned incentives. So open questions. Last question. Back in the back. Pink shirt. DEO. Yeah, no problem. The work. We're working on that. Okay, so effectively what you would have is matching engines that would go into each DEO and look for skill sets that would be held in the personal file of the individual. There would be anonymity, so they can't see the actual data. All they know is that there's matches. Those matches would create a notification to the employer and a request for initiated contact. There's probably a lot more complexity to this that I just don't have time to get into. But we use sophisticated technology, algorithms, and AI to create the connections. And then it's just a liquidity game, making sure that people have knowledge of where to go and how to use the tools and just creating a market. So thanks for the questions. If you do have more, I'll be around. So just grab me if you want to ask your questions. I'm happy to answer them. I like talking about it. So let's talk about Apprentios. Let's roll the video. You ready?
It's a gathering of a bunch of developers that are all working on the Ethereum platform, and they're all working to create decentralized applications and other products that will hopefully benefit the world.
Apprentio is this new exciting entity that was formed with Denver kids in order to provide our high school students, juniors and seniors, an opportunity to be exposed to blockchain technology.
Everybody's asking for talent. There's not enough talent in the world right now for this, and there's only a couple developers that are actually out there able to do the work that needs to be done.
I'm excited about kids getting involved in blockchain because there are no boundaries. There are no expectations of who can be or can't be a part of this really groundbreaking next generation of technology that's going to transform our communities and the way we do business.
So they're getting the crash course. Not a lot of time. So role here is really to cover everything from what is a blockchain to what's a utility token versus security token, what is cryptocurrency in general, how do you use it, and how do you interact with decentralized applications or dApps, online. How do you make smart contracts? How do you make those dApps?
My dream job is after today I actually want to be like a coder kind of. So it was like I was like kind of iffy about it. I wanted to be a technical engineer. So after today I actually want to be like a coder now.
I'm pretty sure I want to learn more about blockchain because overall this weekend was pretty cool. I liked learning about what this technology is like and how it works.
Millennials are changing the world, and they will be changing the world. And just working with these kids today, I was able to recognize that they're able to get things much, much quicker than the adults are able to get it.
Everything that I learned these past 3 days, it was just like it opened up my mind to like a new world and new possibilities.
Cool. So now can we get the slide deck? We good? So we're going to run through this really quick because we're over time pretty much. All right, so Apprentio, we already did that. So we're going to skip that. That's good. Blockchain Youth Apprenticeship. So effectively what we did, slides work. There we go. So this is really centered at-risk youth kids. So we partnered with Denver Kids, which is the oldest mentoring program in the state of Colorado, to bring some of these kids who are later high school years, who are about to kind of emerge into the workforce, and give them, as Robbie said on the tape there, Robbie's the CTO of Blockchain for Social Impact, Ben's colleague. He got stuck in Europe. Iceland or somewhere? Amsterdam? Amsterdam. Yeah, well, you know why he got stuck in Amsterdam. Same reason he got stuck in Colorado. Anyhow, we had half a dozen kids come, and it was amazing. So why this matters is these kids are not going to go to college. 90% plus of these kids are not going to go to college. And the ones that do, they're not going to graduate. So we're talking like 1%. So these mentoring programs, their goals of creating a path to college or whatever it is, it ain't working. So Denver Kids agrees that it could be better. So we decided to make a change. Now, Ben, you're up.
Yeah. Hey, guys. So we obviously founded the Social Impact Coalition.
Hello. It's
Testing.
It's like I'm at the UN, where they don't like me anymore.
Hello, Mr. Siegel. Can you please take the floor?
We when we founded the Social Impact Coalition, one of the things that we really wanted to do was say, okay, how do we go out and empower youth? How do we go out and educate people so that we could bring people together and make sure that we weren't just making rich people richer, which is something that blockchain can definitely be seen as doing. And we wanted to take a pretty heavy approach to education and making sure that we were focused on children's and kind of the workforce of the future and helping them learn about the tech as much as possible from an early age. So we went out to ETH Denver. Robbie spent a really long time, mostly, almost all 3 days working with the kids, talking about blockchain, helping them develop their platform, which John will go into shortly. But we, as the Social Impact Coalition, are really excited to kind of put our support behind Apprentio and work with organizations all over the globe, including many of those up there right now, to help educate and work with children and help them get involved in the space from an early age.
Thanks, Ben. So meet Nick. Nick over here, you saw on the video, he is the executive director of Apprentio. He is going to be leading the charge as he and I have co-founded this. And you want to talk a little bit about what's next, Nick?
Sure. So these are the mentors that we had at ETH Denver, Robbie and Hasib, and they both agreed to be advisors to the local mentors that we've already lined up for the kids in Denver. Go to this. And this is the project that they came up with at ETH Denver. So it's an ERC 721 collectible, and what that basically means is it's a digital baseball card. And you could trade, you could sell, you could buy them, but that baseball card is unique. And in this case, all right, and so what we're basically going to be doing is building out this project and actually releasing it at ETH Denver 2019. And so we already have mentors lined up to support them. CryptoKitties is also lined up to add their advice and their support to make this a reality for them.
So it's basically CryptoKitties for shoes, if you didn't catch it. It's cool. And one thing that we didn't get into is the goal is to actually create the digital presentation and also partner with the manufacturer to create the actual shoe that it has. So creating a whole new asset class of something that would be fun for these kids to build. Now they're going to build it, we're going to help them, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we need some help though. So we do have an ask. We are interested in talking with partners who have interest in investing in these types of opportunities. The Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition is helping us with this effort. Obviously, this is not a business model that we're interested in right out the gate figuring out how to monetize, because on the backs of our at-risk youth kids just doesn't make sense. So if you have any interest, grab us afterwards. Grab Nick or myself, or grab Ben, and you can hand him a business card and they'll get with us. So now scaling this isn't just a Denver project. So hackathons are becoming the new norm for the on-ramp for blockchain projects. If you're not familiar with the ETH Global movement, shameless plug, but ETH Denver was a part of this. They're out of Toronto, but there's 4 more events that are coming up. If you're curious, East San Francisco is in, I think, September, but if you go to ethglobal.co, October, you are correct, because there's another one in September somewhere else. Berlin's in September, and I probably have to go to these, so I should probably know this. Anyhow, any hackathon is a great opportunity to on-ramp kids into the program. So we're going to be spending most of our time, once the platform's built, at hackathons with outreach to local populations that have at-risk youth kids, and enfranchising them the exact same way by building more and more new projects. So if you want to get in touch, let us know. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, John, Nick, and Ben. Next up, we have the Transparency and Charities panel with Chris Doughton, Raphael Mazzette, and Jason Ackerman.
Hi, everyone. I'm Raphael from Alice. I'm just waiting for my... I am. Mostly French. Hey, you made it. Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Do we know for the last panel of the day?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think we are.
Check, check. Like so? This work? I could bellow if I need to. All right, we all good? Great. Okay, hi all, my name is Chris Doughton. I'm with the National Democratic Institute, or NDI. Despite the name, we are an international nonprofit focused on nonpartisan work with political and democratic institutions around the world. I'm also a member of the Blockchain Trust Accelerator, or BTA, along with colleagues from the New America Foundation and Bitfury. And so NDI has been getting a little bit into the blockchain space recently because we're very intrigued about the implications for governance and democracy institutions around the world and how it's going to change relationships between citizens and different institutions as it goes here. But here today we're going to talk a little bit about the implications of blockchain on the nonprofit sector writ large. And so I've got 2 great panelists with us here up today, and so very grateful to have them with us, and thank you all for coming. So to my left, we've got Jason Ackerman, and then Raphael down at the end there. And so I'll let you guys introduce yourselves briefly, and we can kind of have a few comments and questions, and then we want to open it up to mostly just having a free-flowing dialogue conversation with all of you today. So great, Jason.
Okay, thanks. So Jason Ackerman from Catholic Relief Service. We operate in about 110 countries worldwide. Lots of different sectors that we're involved in. We principally focus on agriculture, health, and emergency response. As you'll see from the description of this meeting, my title might seem a little strange as to why I would be in this particular panel, leading internal audit and enterprise risk. Well, we're really looking to incubate better operational delivery of the services that we have. And so blockchain is certainly one of those things that the group I lead are looking to try and partner with to see if we can, in fact, improve a better experience for our partners and beneficiaries, as well as improving the kind of economies of scale and efficiency and process that we have. Kind of starting off a couple of points as we thought about today's topic. Number one, I think that, as has been clear from a lot of the conversation today, that the maturity of the technology, blockchain, is sort of, in my view, circa 1995 internet. And out of that opportunity for potential, the right use case can certainly set standards for a sector or for an ecosystem. However, it's not just about technology. So the interaction of technology with people and process is still going to be very key. And it also starts to bring up certain ethical considerations. As you think about new applications of technology, how will that impact your beneficiaries, the partners that you work with to deliver to those beneficiaries? And, again, kind of tweaking a little bit as we're talking about the social sector writ large, it's not only about a conduit for money. So charities, nonprofits, NGOs, et cetera, can also be focal points, obviously, for engagement with the beneficiaries, that last mile. You can certainly be a source of subject matter expertise for solving that particular problem that is part of your mission statement. And of course, you can be a focal point for advocacy for change. And then, finally, as you think about 5-10 years from now, and out of that opportunity to set standards and really be a driver for change, some of the use cases that will probably be successful, at least from my perspective, is really around greater transparency and the democratization of that transparency, specifically around assurance. So did I spend the money, and am I a good financial steward, and how can I demonstrate that? And then also a certification of the impact or the change that your organization's mission promised to actually deliver to either solving that particular problem or a particular population. So this is just kind of info about me and kind of my organization and what I was thinking about as we were talking about today's topic.
That's great. And that's a great segue to Raphael, since impact and documentation is all about what Alice is about.
Yep, absolutely. So Alice is actually a company that's focused on transparency in social impact. It's a network that we've been building since 2015, and the aim is to identify and scale social and environmental projects that are provably effective. And the way that we do that is essentially through crypto economics, just a fancy way of saying that we create incentives for charities to be transparent about their impact. It's a fairly sort of holistic protocol. It brings together charities and NGOs and social organizations more generally, donors, impact investors, charity evaluators. There are governance protocols that are baked in to manage the network in a decentralized way. The first bit of the protocol that we launched last year is actually a conditional donation platform. So for anybody who works in the impact space, you've probably heard of payment for success models. That's pretty much how it works. So when you donate to a project on Alice, the charity only gets the money when they can prove that they've achieved their goals. We rolled out, so the problem that we're solving there, the reason why we started with that piece of the protocol is because there is a decline in trust in the charity sector in general. There's an increasing cynicism amongst donors, and we wanted to reverse that trend. So restore that trust, allow charities to raise more funds for what they're doing. And we ran a pilot with this last year in London, where St. Mungo's, a homelessness charity, was helping homeless people find accommodation and deal with mental health issues, drug abuse issues, and things like that. And every outcome was validated by the Greater London Authority, which is the local government of London. So it can't work with just a standalone payment for success model through donations.
one of the most obvious problems is that, well, how do you run a project before you get money to fund it? So there are various ways that we are looking to address that, but the main one, and the one that we actually rolled out, at least on a technical level, a couple of months ago, is the impact investment module. So what happens is impact investors provide the seed capital so that charities have money up front to run a project, and they underwrite the risk of projects failing. So if no goals are achieved, they lose their money. But if goals are achieved, then they get paid back from the donation. So there are lots of other things to sort of unpack around how Alice works, but those are the fundamental building blocks.
That's great. Thanks so much, Raphael. So when we were thinking a little bit about our conversations here today, and the kind of the typical ways that public blockchains are described as distributed, immutable, and public, there's some really interesting implications there for the nonprofit and charity sector. And so we wanted to particularly camp on one concept, and that's that of transparency. The fact that you can have, theoretically, really radical transparency that's just like baked into the infrastructure of things that are blockchain-based systems. So just kind of one question that we've been wondering about a little bit, like what changes with the relationship between the donor community, whether that's large scale or individuals, and then the kind of the nonprofits or charities sit at the middle with the introduction of blockchain?
Well, so I think I'm not sure that anything really changes fundamentally. I think it's just something that donors now expect from charities, and I think the sector as a whole has been fumbling around trying to find the best way of communicating with donors. Certainly what we don't want to do is have this pervasive sort of cynicism or mistrust that you can have at the moment. So the lack of transparency, the lack of information about what charities do, and all the scandals that are blowing up in the press that people read about is actually stopping people from donating. And there is a lot of skepticism as to whether all these stories that charities are doing. So if you look at fundraising teams, they're focusing on bringing forward stories, really positive stories about who they're helping and how they're helping. But that can clash with things like the Red Cross, not to pick on them, but because they were in the news last year a lot, not failing to show up to build homes in crisis situations. So there's a disconnect there, and I think what the blockchain allows you to do is then tie your money to the actual results, and when you give, you know for sure what happened with your money, what impact was achieved. And I think that just facilitates the job that charities are doing. It certainly makes sure that when there is a scandal, it doesn't tar everybody with the same brush. The good charities that are demonstrating their impact can carry on raising funds and carry on doing great work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think building off of that, it really kind of two things come to mind. As I mentioned earlier, ethics. So what do you put on the blockchain about your beneficiaries and their status within a particular geography or in a particular population or the certain health status? So it's thinking through, again, how that application of technology might affect someone and how that effect is communicated not only to that person, but also donors 5, 10, 20, 100 years into the future. And I think also building off of what you were saying, that a lot of data is immersed in a very granular level. It's at a country program level or it's within a project level. And if there is a particular standard around how to surface that data and surfacing the end result of that impact that Alice can help demonstrate and others, then I think you do add a bit of comfort and trust from the donor community. And that donor community could be individuals who might be giving $5, $10, $100. It could be more successful individuals in terms of having a greater wealth and where they're giving 6, 7 or more figures, or large institutions, be it Gates or Aid or DFID or whomever. And so I think it's that potential to surface verifiable, a single certificate is what I use to say, this happened, this change is meaningful, it meets not only my mission, but presumably it meets the purpose of why you gave some amount of money in the first place.
That's great. Yeah, so working for a large international NGO like NDI, so we're sometimes confronted with what we think of as like principal agent problems. Yeah. Who do we work for? Well, theoretically, it's for the citizens of the countries around the world, but at the end of the day, we don't get to do our job unless we make the people, just across the street at the State Department or down the road at USAID primarily, happy. Does kind of end-to-end blockchain for
integrated into the nonprofit and charity world, does that change the power dynamics between the beneficiaries and the charities and back upstream, so kind of the other direction?
I can start again. I mean, what we're trying to do is actually empower beneficiaries. So that there is a massive problem, I think, at the moment in the charity world that most of the accountability is driven towards donors. Because they're the ones providing the money to do the service. And there is a temptation to give more power to the donors who you could potentially use the blockchain to empower donors to make decisions about how services are performed and where they're directed, etc. But I think that's really dangerous, because in many situations, donors are the least competent people to actually know what is best for beneficiaries, and the most competent people are the beneficiaries themselves. By the way, beneficiaries I'm using as a catch-all, but it could be client or service user, whatever you prefer to call them. So I think in order for any blockchain system to work, you actually need to build in the ability for beneficiaries to weigh in on that system. One of the basic things is giving them a voice, or allowing them to act as a whistleblower. If a charity says they've achieved something, the validator, the evaluator that's verifying everything says confirms that that's been achieved, but allowing them to say, actually, no, this was not achieved, or I am not happy with the service, and helping them weigh in the governance. So there are tons of problems around how you do that for vulnerable people in oppressive regimes. Data privacy is a big issue, etc., etc. These are hard problems to crack, but I think that nothing will be complete without empowering those people.
Mm-hmm. And I think blockchain has the possibility to provide that power back to the individual beneficiaries. I will say that, again, probably a problem that hasn't necessarily been solved is actually identifying the right beneficiary and then associating that with a true ID. And we've talked a little bit about, obviously, different speakers today about sovereign identity and how do you really know who you are and how that identity has been authenticated to do something. So one of the practical problems is, depending on where you're working and what kind of programming you're delivering, is actually identifying that right beneficiary and identifying the beneficiaries that are not only eligible for the service, but are meant to be in your particular target population for that particular project. And if there was the problem solving or that standard setting that I mentioned earlier about here's how you identify and authenticate a unique and trusted ID, and that's assigned reasonably and fairly to that particular beneficiary, NGOs should have, and all providers of social service should have a better chance and a better opportunity to say, okay, I really do know who this particular person is, who's been benefiting from the change I'm going to deliver. That should reduce their overall operating costs. It should reduce surveillance that's necessary to make sure that that is, in fact, as I said earlier, the right dollar spent on the right person at the right time. It should make kind of the overall space a little bit more fluid and less having to devote a lot of resources to oversight and to surveillance of what did I do, because there is distance, obviously. So somebody giving money, whether it's a large NGO or another large foundation, and the complexity of did it actually get done in a particular place over a particular time scale. So blockchain could change the dynamics of those 3 points: distance, complexity, and time.
So, but what are the challenges then about encoding some of these attributes of people? Like these target groups are very often marginalized in one way or another. Sometimes the things that you're helping them for, the same Mungo's example, homelessness is something that in future years may not be something that you want to have associated with your identity. What are the kind of the challenges that come along with those sorts of with that kind of identification?
There are a couple, but I think that's a really kind of interesting problem you probably solve.
So there are tons, and we're really hoping, by the way, that anybody who's working on ID can partner up with us, because that's one area that we don't want to focus on, at least not immediately, but because we have so many other things to do. But if you look at the homeless people that were in this program, these were really messed up people. That were dealing with substance abuse issues, mental health issues, and who are people who can literally cannot get their act together and lead a normal life. And that's why they needed those services to help them find a flat, to help them get the help that they need, to help them get the benefits that they need, just the monetary benefits, because they need help filling out all these forms and everything. So empowering them, making sure that they can weigh in, or maybe have a way to delegate to somebody who they trust to do that for them, is a big challenge. Making sure then afterwards, so in terms of like validating those outcomes, say that a charity claims that they've helped someone find a home or helped someone address mental health issues. These people aren't in, and somebody says, well, actually, this has not happened. So how do you arbitrate these issues? You know, you can't give the crowd personal information about these people. As you said, they don't want to necessarily people to want to know that they're homeless. They're vulnerable people that could be targets. You don't want any of that information out there. So you have to delegate the arbitration to specialists. Who are those specialists? They're all kinds of really interesting issues. But one thing that is really exciting about giving beneficiaries self-sovereign identity that they can manage and weigh in on these projects is that you can potentially see a world where projects who are working with the same people but on different things. So one charity might be helping someone find a job, another one helping them find accommodation, another one helping them get training or whatever. But they're all separate charities that aren't necessarily working together. Well, through these systems, they could actually discover themselves. There could be incentives for that. You could see services merge potentially. So there's like the possibilities are really huge.
Yeah, and I think, kind of a little bit of ideation on the spot, kind of thinking about identity, and there are obviously a lot of products out there to think about identity and authenticating that identity. A beneficiary might have more than one identity, but that it's housed perhaps in one particular standard where he or she could decide what it is about their identity or a version of their identity that they might want to share with different social service actors. But at least each of those actors know that with hopefully the right kind of partitions around what data was in fact shared about them, they still know that it is in fact one single person that really exists. They're not a ghost in some cases, because again, just as a sideline, that can be a problem when registering beneficiaries in the field for a particular project, especially when you're working with displaced persons or you're dealing in a conflict zone, for example. So thinking through, and perhaps again, this is an idea of around standard setting, can I port to one place my identity and choose to share different aspects of that identity with different kinds of social service providers, but that they do in fact know that this is one existing person and they've got these kinds of services is one possible idea. But it looks like I got a...
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. Just to run with your idea, let's say you have a collection of information and a user uses a smartphone to select from a number of keys that are assigned different levels of access. One is basically a phone number, another one is full medical history, another one is full employment history, let's say. Have you heard anyone address that quid pro quo and whether there's a really a valid choice for a beneficiary, let's say in a conflict zone, where in exchange for this crazy level of access to your health or employment history, I will then give you access, I will give you access to my medical history. It seems to me that there's an imbalance of power and not a really clean choice for the beneficiary to retain that privacy.
Sure, and so I think what you're describing is something that, inside of my organization, and I think generally in the NGO sphere, is you're struggling with, responsible data use and data protection. And there's a lot to unpack there. I would want to emphasize, though, that we were, in my kind of ideation, I was talking about a particular application of a tool. I would stress that I think any NGO or social service organization worth their mission would deliver to that vulnerable person irrespective of what they would want to actually share with you to have their own validation, meaning that NGO or the social services validation happen. I mean, that'd be my own point. I mean, I can't imagine a situation in delivery of resources from a CRS perspective that because you're not going to give us certain data, we're not going to actually help you live or survive to the next day in a hypercritical situation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah.
since we're talking about that data collection and everything else, and I've been bombarded over the last 3 weeks with everything updating their privacy regulations for GDPR, how do you guys see the tension between you're writing this information on chain? And if it's a public chain, if you're dealing with a private chain, sure, you could write the consensus algorithm to unload it at a certain point, but if you're writing this on public chain, how do you ensure any kind of compliance with GDPR?
Well, in some ways, I think it makes it easier. So I hate talking about GDPR because it's such a pain. It's destroying our newsletter list, mainly. No, I'm just kidding. But the concept of self-sovereign identity actually makes that easier, although you do need to be careful about how you encode everything. So the way that we're doing things right now is that what you can see on the blockchain, so every project is fully auditable because everything is put on there. But actually, what has been put on there are the transactions that occur and the communications with the smart contract. So what you can see is that a donation has been made. You don't know who made that donation necessarily. You can see when outcomes were achieved, which means that you can see that a validation and authorization was done by the nominated validator, and you can see what kind of outcome was achieved, but you can't see who was the actual person or any personal data about the person who received the help to get that outcome. Now, we are working, actually we received a grant for this from the UK government to implement really strong selective disclosure and encryption methods that allow you, or will allow you, because these are also hard problems that need to be solved, but that will allow certain authorized entities to access the proof, for example, of any given outcome. So a rental agreement, let's say, just staying with the homelessness example, but only certain people are authorized to access that. There's a really strong encryption, potentially decentralized storage of that information, et cetera, et cetera. But clearly, you have to be unbelievably careful about what it is that you put on there. Although what is fun, though, with zero-knowledge proof and encryption and everything, is that you could potentially have, and that's what we're working towards, is let's say that you have a cohort of 100 people who are receiving a specific service to help them do anything from adoption to homelessness to helping crisis situations or whatever. You can actually see them going through a certain process. So have they been referred into the program? Have they received mental health support? Have they dropped out of the program? And you can see them going all the way through. They're identified, they're people that exist, but you can't see anything about them unless you have the right level of authorization, which in a way is really exciting.
That's great. So I'm sure there's a lot of, sorry, did you want to add on?
I was going to say that I saw an interesting presentation from a researcher at Yale that was kind of dealing with this and essentially thinking that, or describing that, I'm going to put receipts, essentially hashes of verified data that is off blockchain on the blockchain to demonstrate that from clinical trials perspective that XYZ did really happen at some particular period of time, and it's backwards auditable, but what I'm not putting out there is the actual sensitive data, but rather a representation that this was true at this particular point in time that can be actually accessed publicly.
That's what I've seen is essentially assigning a garbage hash as the identity that's on chain, and the database holds it. So if you get a right to, if you get a forget me thing, you can delete the entry, so all you know is garbage hash is moved through the chain. You don't know who garbage hash belongs to anymore.
Right. So I'm sure there's a lot of great other folks in the room here who have great experience or ideas with the nonprofit or charity space. Anybody have any stories they'd like to share of things that they're experimenting with or things that their organizations might be considering for the future? In Becky.
This is an experimentation. I'm John Zolter from Save the Children. But I think as far as the vision for the future, any kind of identity system, whether on the blockchain or not, I think won't really be valuable unless it's shared across all of our organizations. Or at least integrated very carefully, because it just doesn't make sense for us each to have our own ID system. And if we do, then we never get this track
Well, good luck with that, because the space is super fragmented already. I mean, there are a dozen ID systems already, blockchain-based ID systems out there, and that's actually a challenge for organizations like us, because there's no one solution that we can use. Thankfully, that's going to be a later problem for us. We're still in an experimentation phase where we're taking things project by project, and hopefully that will sort itself out. I'm crossing my fingers, but I think you're right. I mean, there will, just like there are different blockchains out there, and there are now solutions to make these chains interoperable. Hopefully, there will be the same kind of mechanism for self-sovereign ID systems.
That's great. Yeah, let's take a couple questions at a time here so we can get through stuff. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Adam Morrison. I'm a show guy. And so before you, there was John was talking about this sort of like DAO version of employment, and that kind of like decentralized organization. And so moving to like the next phase of where you're all going, is that how we should be looking at donor giving, which is basically a lockdown, a system where codes are where your rules are hard coded, and then released upon success.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like leapfrog, kind of where we are today, where it's very manual in that regard.
Great, and let's get one or two others, and I'll observe that so far there haven't been any questions from women. If there's anybody, come on.
Because we know more than you guys.
Well, that's certainly true in my case.
Just quietly.
Great, so, yep, thank you.
It's not a question, but since you asked for ideas of how blockchain is being deployed, and I stayed quiet, but I was actually mentoring a team at the hackathon. The team didn't win, but the idea of the blockchain solution of tackling corruption in public funds use, in funding infrastructure projects is very similar to the sentiment of Alice, except it doesn't have the issues around identity, because what's put on the blockchain is very basic information about infrastructure projects that are being monitored, crowd monitored by the recipient communities. So just to throw it out there, if anyone has any interest in talking to our team about that, my name is Victoria Crane, and Jeff McGordy.
Sure.
He's right there.
Well, I'm really interested in talking to you guys later.
That's great.
Maybe do you want to?
No,
On the first one on DAOs, it's a really interesting question. So I'm going to take the opportunity to give a big shout out to Giveth. That I would encourage everybody to look into. Giveth have a milestone-based donation system as well, but actually what they're creating is an ability for individuals to coalesce around causes. They don't necessarily think that there is a need for institutions to carry out these kinds of initiatives, and certainly they're developing a platform that allows people to self-organize in these DAO-like structures. I think you have to separate though the DAO structure and the payment for success model. These are two separate things. They can work together. They can work separately. The way that Alice is managing it is not through DAOs. It's on a project-by-project basis. Although there is a DAO that's integrated into the network that I'm not going to talk about too much, but if you're interested, please go and read our white paper on our website, alice.si. Just like a shameless plug there. We're looking for feedback as well on that. But I think all of these new experiments, because you can't talk about anything else other than experiments when it comes to DAO at the moment. These are the huge sort of like innovative things that could be useful if they're implemented in the right way. I think we're really more in an experimental phase at the moment. And then just to touch upon Victoria's point, was it Victoria? We're not inventing anything new, actually. There is something called a social impact bond that is a payment for success system that brings together donors and impact investors. What we're doing is decentralizing that, hopefully cutting down on the transaction costs and making them much more scalable and efficient. But there are certainly different ways of doing that. And the great thing of building on the blockchain is that hopefully everything becomes synergistic and compatible.
Yeah, I think just leveraging off of your question and thinking to some of the earlier comments on the main stage, I think one of the things that caught my ear was an example of community management, and Wikipedia as that example of enforcing a certain level of assurance and trust around this is what the actual item is that you're talking about. So I think, yes, at some point as blockchain becomes more mature and there is a standardization around what kind of data at the endpoint delivery looks like or should look like, you will probably start seeing the need for more focus on delivery of performance and marshaling expertise by charities and social services, and less of a need to actually get out there and spend money on marketing and communication, because maybe with self-forming communities driving towards and managing, okay, we all know and agree on, yes, impact happened, we can all vote on, in a sense, this is the right charity to fund or this is the right cause to fund. And so it might be a little bit more organic. Therefore, again, maybe you spend less on having to actually find those donors in the first place.
Great. Yep.
You talked a little bit about like validating that different outcomes were matter, different impacts happen. What's the mechanism for doing this validation? Like where's that industry coming from?
Well, so at the moment, this is a multi-step process, right? So at the moment, evaluators, validators are nominated for each project. And in the pilot, it was the Greater London Authority. There are a bunch of new appeals now that are coming out. Some of them are using human validators. Some of them are using sensors. There's one project that's where chips are embedded in trees, and that's going to measure whether, or sense whether the trees are still there after a certain amount of time, and that is what's going to trigger payments. It could be a combination of both. It could be put out to the crowd in some cases. So we're building a system where that is going to be very flexible. But in order to work efficiently, we actually need to build a validator market. And what you need there is you need to have a reputation system for these validators so that charities, NGOs, make it really easy for them to find a validator that's specialized in their space and that also has a good reputation. So whenever there's a decision that's made against a validation that's occurred on a project, and that contestation of the decision is upheld, that essentially constitutes a black mark on a validator's reputation. They also lose a bunch of money because they had to stake in order to become a validator in the system. And eventually you will have the best validators being surfaced as well as the most effective projects. Yeah.
Who pays the validator?
Now that is an interesting question. Well, essentially everything's the charity's money, or everything's the donor money, because they're one and the same thing if you think about it. So we are at the moment, the pilots that we're running, the validators are doing this on a philanthropic basis. The Greater London Authority did it without any payment because it was part of their policy goals anyway. But eventually they will need to be paid, and we are going to test, as we are testing right now with different models of how they get paid. They can get paid on a validation by validation basis. So you have to be very careful there to not provide any bad incentives for them to act in certain ways. If you get paid every time that you validate an outcome, you're just going to validate as many as possible. So it could be on a request by request basis, whenever the charity makes a claim about having achieved something. It could be on a month-by-month basis. It could be coming out of the escrowed donations. It could be paid from a separate pot. If you look at something that charity Water, for example, have a really interesting model where they have two sets of donors, one set that's paying for the admin side of things, and another where donors are just going straight to the projects. There could be all kinds of mechanisms to pay validators, and that's going to be one of the most interesting things. I mean, what is a fact is that there is already an evaluation market. Lots of charity evaluators out there who are really excited by what we're doing. We have a partnership with the Charities Aid Foundation in the UK, for example, who do this. And there are going to be many more. So we're excited in general to bring that community on board. If you work in the evaluation sector, we'd love to talk with you and partner up and see how we can work together.
Great. Unfortunately, I think we're...
Can you comment on the cost of auditing and validation pre-blockchain, post-blockchain?
Yeah, I can. I think that pre-blockchain, the cost of validation is stuck in this really toxic quagmire of a debate where a good charity or a good NGO is a lean NGO that spends as little as possible on anything that has to do with admin, reporting, evaluation. All of this is bad in general. If you look at the current state of the public debate, and you have this sense that you need to spend as little as possible on all of this stuff, which I think is really counterproductive. It's really terrible. It leads to underinvestment in the social sector. In a previous life, I had another charity tech company where I got my hands dirty on all these terrible old legacy systems that charities are using, which are terrible. And post-blockchain, what we hope that we can help achieve with others is to re-educate people on what it takes to deliver a proper service. So there is a cost to evaluating impact. There is a cost to reporting that. If investors are securing the whole system and they're underwriting the risk, but they're getting paid with interest when outcomes are achieved, then you need to make that transparent. The great thing about the blockchain is that it makes all of these costs transparent. The great thing about the blockchain is that different charities and different models can compete for donor funds, and eventually we'll get to some standards as to, for a particular sector or for a particular activity, for a particular geography, this is the best of what can be achieved.
That's great. Raphael, thank you very much. Jason, thanks very much for your time today. Thank you all for coming out. For us, we see this as something where it's the hype cycle for blockchain has been so interesting. In some ways, maybe we're at a little bit of a low point now. But I think long term, a lot of these internal systems, these automatic auditing, this radical transparency is going to have fundamental restructuring impacts on the nonprofit sector in the world. So, thanks very much.
Let's give one more round of applause to our panelists. Great. Up next, we have a workshop with Juan Acosta from the Draper University Ventures. We start up in about 5 minutes.
Draper University. Draper University is a pre-accelerator in Silicon Valley, and we train young entrepreneurs and help them launch their first businesses. And at the same time, I launched a venture fund within the university so that we can back these awesome entrepreneurs that we see. I'll go through some of the success stories that we've had, kind of related to the conference a little bit. But today what we're going to do is, how many of you are entrepreneurs or starting? Oh, cool. Great. We've got quite a bit. So we'll try to make it interactive, and I'll call on a few people. And then everyone else, I'm guessing you're still just in the startup space. I see a smile over here. Perhaps some investors. Yes? No? Okay. Well, all right. Let's see. Big green button, they said. It's not working. Cool. So our school was started by Tim Draper. Anybody know of Tim Draper? Pretty famous in the space. 5 to 6 years ago, he said, hey, can we actually teach entrepreneurship? So we made this awesome university in Silicon Valley, and it all was an experiment, and now we've had quite a bit of a success through our program. So instead of concentrating and doing an entrepreneurship degree of 4 years, like typical universities, we take all that knowledge, we condense it down to 5 weeks into what we call hero training. And our goal is to make heroes for the world. So that's, and we have been. So we've had about 76 different countries through our programs. We've had 700 alumni, about 717. They've raised 67 million in seed funding. That's not counting the ICOs that we've had. We've had one unicorn come out of our programs. If you guys are familiar with Quantum, that was actually started at Draper University. Patrick Dye did that in 2016. We've had 3 other ICOs that have raised up to 110 million, and these are all projects that started at the university. So a lot of these founders came through our programs, sometimes not even understanding what blockchain was, and really launching these products. So we give them the network, we give them the skills, and then they go and take off after 5 weeks. One of the coolest stats that we're really proud of is that our typical alum creates 3 jobs. So instead of getting hired, we're actually creating jobs, and we're really proud of that. And then if you see the stat at the bottom, 150 alumni still failing. We celebrate failure, we teach them how to embrace failure, and we actually teach them how to fail. Every activity that we do throughout our programs, including Survival Week, is meant for these founders to fail and just to face adversity, and then after 5 weeks they go and launch their companies after our programs. And we have actually 8 students on Forbes 30 Under 30. So if you compare this to typical 4-year undergraduate degrees in entrepreneurship, we beat almost every single college that's up there. And it all started as an experiment. There's this huge building that we have, used to be a hotel. Founders live there. They basically launch their companies there. We bring all of Silicon Valley in. So really happy to be there. Let's see. Cool. So some of the companies that have come through our programs, blockchain related. Obviously, we have tons of others. So as I mentioned, Qdom has been through our program. It was started there. We've had Credo, which produced BitBounce, which is an anti-spam solution for email. We have Data Wallet that basically they raised over 40 million in their ICO. They basically allow your data, or you own your data. Amazon, Facebook, they give you an ability to basically earn money from that data that you provide to these services. And then actually a good friend of mine, Jack and Shane, they started Ledger Atlas. They basically just purchased an island off of the coast of Papua New Guinea, and they're making it an economic zone to test all these blockchain initiatives, such as voting rights, how actual payments in a new country would work. So it's their own island now, and they're implementing that. That just got announced about a few months ago. So those are some of the blockchain success stories that we've had, and as you can see, they all started pretty recent, 2014, 2016. So these are the kind of founders that we bring in. 70% of them are international, so they come to Silicon Valley for 5 weeks. They get connected, create the network, and then go off to their countries and start their companies. Cool. So before we go ahead, this is going to be more of like a workshop as to how to pitch your startup. to investors. And why are we doing that here, or why did they select that workshop to be here? When you see a lot of these blockchain projects, a lot of these founders sometimes are really technical, and they go to investors and they try to start, explaining what they're doing, and it just completely goes over their head. Unless you're in a bubble like this where everybody understands what blockchain is, or in Silicon Valley where everybody understands what it is, when you go off to different markets, nobody really knows. So it's essential to be a great communicator and be able to, say what you're actually working on. So that's what we're going to do today. So to start, let me get one volunteer to come up and pitch their startup. This is your chance. Oh, come on up.
Cool. All right, so what I've done is I've paired a project management tool using Lean Startup with a smart contract-based escrow system that can pair funders with funded and facilitate that relationship ongoing. A crowd, we're partnering with crowdfunding platforms, and then those people can vote on whether or not to release funds as a project progresses. If they vote against it, the money is given back to those people that funded it in the first place. And in addition, we have a smart grant, smart contract system that then flows into that escrow that can be managed as it moves forward. So it can be used for whether it's a startup-based, funder-funded dynamic, or a nonprofit-oriented one, or even something like academia.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much. What was your name?
Adam Harris.
Adam. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, one more. Just one more volunteer. Come on up. Cool. And your name?
Justin.
Justin. All right, Justin. So you have a little surprise because you weren't the first volunteer.
Okay.
So because you weren't first, you get the tougher task of pretending to be Adam, right? Since you were in the audience. And you have to pitch Adam's business back to everybody else, as if it was your own.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
Just whatever you got. And by the way, there's no one's judging, please. This is like an area where we're all, some of us are falling asleep, some of us are tired. So whatever you gathered, doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. He may have pitched the business with, I don't know, crypto kitties for all I know, but anything you gathered from it.
Oh, you're gonna hate me. I don't. I think I got so there's a supply chain in there, and there's a way in the supply chain that for startups. I'm so sorry, but I don't.
Oh, Justin, it's fine. So that was the actual. This is actually the purpose of the exercise. We will get to pitch your startup at the end, I promise, Justin. Cool. So give it up for Justin. He understood a few things there. All right. So that's the exact reason why we do this exercise, because a lot of the times founders pitch to investors, sometimes at demo days or a room full of investors, or at real meetings, and they go on and talk about their projects, but really nobody really understands what they're doing. And part of it is because they don't follow a specific structure that really engages the audience. So no offense to you, Adam, but that's exactly why we're here. So we're not going to even talk about these blockchain projects. We're going to keep it really simple, and use Airbnb throughout it so that you guys see how it progresses in terms of pitching. And then at the end, if we have some time, which I don't think we will, then maybe we could bring a few of you up to pitch your actual blockchain startup, okay? And then throughout it, I'll sprinkle a few tips as to when blockchain companies come and pitch to us, what we're looking for. So hopefully get some value there. Okay, this remote. All right, cool. So obviously this is a typical deck. You start with your company name, which I believe Adam did. But usually you want to start with a mission or vision statement, kind of like that North Star of what we're trying to do. And for Airbnb, it was really simple. It said, air bed and breakfast, book rooms with locals rather than hotels. So it was super simple mission. Their vision has changed throughout time. Now it's probably connecting the world and doing all these kind of things. But at the time, that's exactly what they were trying to do, very concise. How many of you knew that it was air bed and breakfast? Cool, a few people, awesome. All right. Cool. So always start with a story. Stories hook the audience and engage emotions. If Adam would have come up here and started with a story as to how he came up with this brilliant idea, it would have been a lot better for everybody to relate to it. So how would that look? Airbnb would do something like this if they were pitching to a crowd. Hey, I have a friend, Mary. She's actually working for a large organization, and her organization sends her off to these business trips all the time. The thing is that often these business trips and these conferences, it's very hard to find a hotel that's both affordable and that she can book easily right before her trip. So right then and there, I told you about Mary. I presented a problem of what she's facing, and it kind of puts you in her shoes when you're trying to understand exactly what you're building. So if you do the story correctly, you can lead right into the problem, and sometimes it'll merge. It'll take less than 20 seconds to do a story and problem statement, and then in the problem statement, you want to make sure you're able to state your problem in 1 to 2 sentences. So if you look at your case, Adam, what would the problem be in 1 to 2 sentences that you're trying to solve?
It's very similar to Alice, trying to bring greater transparency and accountability to funded projects.
Great, transparency and accountability.
And lower the risk for the investors.
Great, so 1 sentence. Now, if you were to paint a story before that, it would help tons of people understand exactly what that problem relates to.
I didn't know how much time I had.
Oh, that's...
I'll take another half hour.
Right, so all of this, all our founders pitch their startups in 2 minutes, and they get through all of this information. So it's being able to concise it down. Usually your story, problem, and your solution is what you call your elevator pitch. So that's typically what you would have done here if somebody asks you to pitch on the spot. But anyway, you state your problem. In the case of Airbnb, the problem was very simple. Price is an important concern for customers booking travel online. Hotels leave you disconnected from the city and its culture, and there's no easy way exits to book a room with a local or become a host. In fact, this is actually kind of long. There's like 3 different problems there. You might want to do just 1 to 2 sentences. So in the case of Justin, what's your problem statement? Yeah, 1 sentence. What problem are you trying to solve?
So what we're creating is a more meaningful process in which you use social media.
Okay, so that's your solution, right? You're creating a meaningful process, but what's the problem behind that solution?
The problem is there's no way for a content creator or a charity to use the content to help leverage for
There you go. So there's no easy way for content creators to use this content to leverage what?
For charitable organizations.
Charitable organizations. Perfect. So that's the problem. There's a void here, and then this is what we're building. We're making it easy for them. So I encourage you to always start with a story, then move to the problem statement, then your solution. That's your elevator pitch right there. And I think everybody, if Adam would have pitched again and he would have started like that, I think everybody would have understood it. Cool. So you move to your solution. The solution aspect, keep it dumb, keep it simple. People really don't care how you're achieving this solution. And this is where a lot of these blockchain startups, when they start pitching to investors that perhaps are not even too knowledgeable on blockchain technology, that's where they get lost because they start getting really, really technical with their solutions, right? So keep it simple. Blockchain is just a tool. It's part of your stack to achieve the solution that you're trying to build. You don't see people, a startup that builds websites, for example, saying, hey, we use AWS all the time. So it is important to mention it if the blockchain is actually providing value to what you're solving, but keep it, what is the solution you're trying to do? For you, you're making charities be able to access this content creator strategies, right? Cool. Let's see. All right, so the solution for Airbnb was pretty simple. They said, hey, we're a web platform where users can rent out their space to host travelers to save money, make money, and share culture. Those were the 3 value propositions. You should have 1 to 3 value propositions that are very solid and be able to state how you're doing that. They said, hey, it's through a web platform. In your case, You might have some sort of platform that, yes, it has blockchain technology on it, but these are the values that we're giving to our customers. So I'll take someone different than Justin and Adam to just go quickly through story, problem, solution. And you have like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Brave volunteers? No? Yep.
What's the story component? I just wanted to...
Oh, a story is basically you're hooking the audience and you're putting potentially your customer in their shoes.
So what's the example of the story?
So for Airbnb, it's, hey, my friend Mary, she always travels because work sends her to different conferences, but she has a really hard time to find hotels because they're really expensive.
Okay, so my story would be I went to Haiti after the earthquake of 2010, and I got to witness the diffraction in the response effort between different organizations, lack of coordination, and as a result of that, loss of life and the lack of an effective rebuilding. The problem is there's a lack of coordination between NGOs all across the board in terms of coming up with solutions to global challenges. And the solution is creating a platform for coordination between NGOs on social issues. And yeah.
Great, that was awesome. I think that was 30 seconds. Everybody understood what he's trying to do? And it's mostly because of the story. And sometimes emotional stories, like his story, they're very compelling and people understand them a lot more easily. So that was awesome, man. So that would be your elevator pitch right there. If anybody asks you to pitch your startup, go with that. Keep it simple. Cool? Then if you're sitting down with investors, and by the way, all these companies that I mentioned before, they've sat with us in the past. Some of those are funded by us also. And they go through the exact same structure because this is the structure we taught them, and this is how they've raised tons of money also. After your solution, you want to go into your product a little bit. Usually demos are interesting. Now, if you are in a scenario like this, where you're relying on technology to show off your demo, I would keep the demo toward the end. Probably just screenshots and guiding somebody through that customer journey is usually the best thing. I've had founders in the past completely bum pitches, even with an investor right next to them. I accompanied a founder. He was deaf, so he needed help reading lips. For some reason, he could read my lips a lot better than anyone else. Stop looking at my lips. And we went to this investor. It was actually Phil Libin, the founder of Evernote. And we were pitching to him, and his Wi-Fi wasn't working. His computer didn't work for the presentation. So he wasted like 15 minutes just trying to show off a demo. Where if he just had screenshots guiding him through the process of a customer, how they would be using the platform, he would have saved all that time. Cool. So go into your product. In the case of Airbnb, very simple. Hey, Mary now is able to search what city she's going to. So she's going to Chicago. She's able to review the listings there that other people have posted of their homes. And then with just a simple click of a button, she's able to book an apartment to stay from this night to this night. So very simple. I would separate this probably into several slides if you're going to use screenshots. Then you go into your market. So what's the market opportunity? A lot of founders say this is a huge opportunity, huge market, but they don't actually give numbers precisely. So does anybody know your market numbers? Adam? Yep. 9 billion? US or worldwide? Worldwide, okay, cool. So investors usually want to see over $1 billion, $2 billion markets. There's enough of an opportunity. Who else? Oh, by the way, what is that? 9 billion what?
That's fees. Those are the nonprofit annual revenue.
Okay.
I believe.
So
I actually think that's U.S. It's not worldwide.
Okay, cool. So always have your market numbers ready. Now, are those market numbers? Is that like $9 billion that you could potentially capture if you were to grow into a huge? Okay, got it. Yeah. So you start with big numbers and then you narrow it down to like your beachhead market of what you're going to start. And I'll show you the Airbnb example. They said, hey, there's over 2 billion trips being booked all over the world. That's people calling, for airlines or booking hotels, etc. But out of those 2 billion trips, and I believe this was 2013, 2014, out of those 2 billion trips, there's 560 million of them that are happening already online. So really, that's the market that they're trying to capture. The people that already are online, that they know how to book, hotels and know how to book airlines. And then they said, out of those 560 million, we want to capture, and I believe the number there is 15%, 84 million of these trips within the next few years. So how'd they get the 15%? That's a very tough number to gather. They actually did it through their analysis of how they would go into a city and how many people actually posted homes within their platforms, and then they expanded that. But have a reason why that's a 15%. A lot of founders say, hey, if we just captured 1% of this market, that's enough, right? But have a reason as to why it's 1% or how you're going to achieve that. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the market strategy, which comes up in a little bit. Traction. For blockchain companies, this is probably a huge emphasis. Probably not the most important. The most important would be team. But traction is something that nowadays, with the whole ICO craze, founders are really just overstepping that and going straight into getting tons of money. What traction do you have? A lot of these platforms are not even built yet, and they have millions and millions of dollars in their wallets. So make sure that you always have traction, especially when you're going to these institutional investors. They want to see traction. We've never invested in a company, a blockchain company, that has not had real product market fit before going into their ICOs. And in fact, I was talking to our general partner, Andy Tang, and he said, hey, I don't invest in any products that through Draper Dragon. So he's got a big fund, China cross-border, US cross-border with China. I don't invest in any products that do not show me traction before going into their ICO. So we want to see real people using the platform, that there's real utility behind these products, instead of just using the whole ICO thing just to raise a ton of money. So traction is important. Make sure you always show that. In the case of Airbnb, and I know it doesn't relate to your typical blockchain startups, but we're keeping it simple so that everybody understands. Let's see. They used user testimonials. They actually had people already staying at their houses. They even had their home rented out to people several times. They got user testimonials. They showed data that people were actually liking staying at these places, that they were saving money. And after that is when they went and actually raised some money. They had some press, which nowadays is really great to get press. Like, these conferences are great to show press. I don't know if you know, downstairs they're filming that other documentary for Netflix. What was the Bitcoin one? There was a huge Netflix documentary. Well, they're downstairs. Like, use these opportunities for your startup to go and connect with these kind of people and potentially land on a show, potentially land on newspapers. So show that there's support from the crowd, especially with these blockchain projects. In your ICOs, you usually build communities before launching these. So make sure that you show this kind of traction.
Yeah, I have a question about traction.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of a chicken and egg thing? I need the money so I can get users, I can develop the product, I can test market it.
Nowadays, it shouldn't be. There's ways to go ahead and make progress. So if you see, like, let's say you don't have developers, which you should be able to convince, first of all, developers to join your team without any pay. That's the first sign of a great founder, right? That you're able to convince people to join your project. So that one, it goes out the window. How are you going to convince potential customers to use your platform? You can even convince a developer to join you, right? But there's other ways. I'll give you an example. Do you guys know the app, The League? Do you guys know Tinder? Okay, a lot of people know Tinder. All right, so The League is similar to Tinder, but it's like a social class type of, like, if you have a professional job, you're able to join the platform. There's a huge wait list. Anyway, She was a product manager at Google, and then she quit to do this, but she didn't have the development talent to actually go ahead and build her platform. Her name's Amanda Bradford. She comes to speak at our school from time to time. Basically, she went around and started hosting events like this, and she took the experience, the app experience of what she wanted to do, which was connect people, and she ran an MVP with actual events. She got over 100,000 people interested in this app, and she basically built this buzz around the app. She took that list to investors, and by the way, this is like a simplified story. I'm sure there's a lot more to it. Took this list to investors and said, hey, I have 100,000 people ready to sign up for my platform. They're on the wait list. I just need this amount of money to go ahead and hire these developers. And now the League is one of, a pretty big app, at least in the West Coast. It competes against Tinder and Bumble and all these other great apps. Cool? Cool. All right. Whatever. Cool. So competitive landscape, you want to show how you're different and better than your competitors. That one's pretty simple if you really know your market, but you basically want to communicate. For people that don't know your space, like I may not know about the charity space or like how organizations or NGOs function and manage these projects. So show me an easy way of understanding this market and who the players are out there. And an easy way to do that is through one of these XY graphs. Basically, you pick two variables. In this case, they pick affordability, so like price on the y-axis. So affordable up at the top, expensive up at the bottom. And then on the x-axis, they said offline transactions and online transactions. So how are transactions actually happening? So if you go over to the quadrant to the right over there, you see Craigslist. That's a solution that was definitely affordable, but the transaction happened offline. People were already doing what they do in Airbnb. They were doing it through Craigslist. They were putting up their homes, and some strangers would say, hey, I want to stay with you for whatever reason, and I'll pay you cash. So a lot of sketchy stuff happened back then. So offline transaction and affordable, right? You can kind of guess the other ones like Orbitz and Hotels.com. The transaction was online, but it was more of an expensive experience. Obviously, there's other features that go into this, but these are just two variables that you pick to really outline to your investor or to everyone that's listening to you, what the market looks like. And in the case of Airbnb, they're up at the top. They're both affordable, and the transaction happened online. Again, this was 2013, 2014, so not a lot of these platforms necessarily had the actual transaction happening online, so it was one of their big benefits here. They also outlined all their benefits and features. They were first to market. The ability of people being able to list once was big. For example, in Craigslist, you would put your house and it would only stay there for a few days or a few weeks, and then it would get lost. So these are just some of the things that they use to outline their competitive advantages. Go-to-market strategy, that's big. Basically, we want to see that you do have a strategy that's been proven, that you really know, what it's going to cost you. If I give you this money, what it's going to cost you to convert all these people, because you've ran tests before. Airbnb did it. So your cost of acquisition would go here. What strategies are you using to capture the market? Cool. An example, for example, let's see. I don't know why I keep thinking of these apps, but Tinder. Tinder, they basically, their market strategy was going through universities to frat houses, sororities, and basically hosting these parties. And in order to get in, you had to download the app. So that was part of their viral strategy in spreading Tinder. Hotmail, by the way, Tim Draper is an investor in Hotmail. He basically gave them the idea as to how to expand virally, and this was the first time there was like a viral explosion to a software product. And basically he said, hey, at the bottom of every email, add this line, since email is free now, because Hotmail was one of the first free email services. He said, hey, P.S. I love you, get your free email at Hotmail. And then it would link to the Hotmail site to link up. Nobody had thought of that before for some reason, and Hotmail was the first software product that did it, and it took them on an exponential curve in getting customers. Cool, so that was their strategy for a very long time. Let's see, revenue model. Are you a B2B company, B2C? Early stage founders, they say, oh, we're going to go after businesses and we're going to go after consumers and maybe sell to governments. Pick one and really focus down on that. Bigger companies are able to explore different revenue models, but as a startup, just keep it simple, keep it to one, and show focus on it. A 5-year projection. Everyone knows that 5-year projections are kind of BS. It's hard to really nail down what it's going to be in the future. But the fact that you go through these calculations and that you're showing us that, hey, this is where we think we're going to be, and you pick a specific metric. It doesn't have to be revenue. Your metric could be, how much time a real customer stays on your platform. Or how many active users, or the time that they spend on it, has it been increasing? So show a 5-year projection of one specific metric. It doesn't necessarily have to be money. And then this is the most important slide that you show your investors, that you show anybody. It's the team. Really can't emphasize that enough. A bunch of startups, they always pivot. All of them actually do. And they only stay around because of the team. If you guys know Slack, for example, they started as a video game, as an actual video game. They were not creating these communication tools. And when they ran out of money, then they went to their investors and said, hey, we either shut the company down or we pivot to this new product. We're going to go ahead and pivot. And they pivot to what you know of Slack now. And it was because of the team, the resilience of the team. So show that you guys have a connection with each other, that you didn't meet yesterday at a bar at this blockchain conference, although that would be cool because you both know the space very well. But basically show that you have a history together of building things together. In terms of team, when we look at blockchain projects, especially if they're going to do like an ICO and so on, we want to see that there's a really strong engineer within the team that has worked on scaled solutions in the past. So maybe they were working for Amazon and they built some sort of AWS system within AWS, or that they've scaled internet companies before. We usually want to see that really strong engineer when it comes to blockchain projects. Cool.
Wasn't that also a risk too, if that engineer leaves, the company falls apart?
Yeah, it is a risk, and that's happened in the past. But it's building a team that's cohesive. Like if you guys know each other for a long time, that's what we're banking on. So, and to that point, one of the reasons Draper University, the way we mitigate our risks, is we get to work with the entrepreneurs that we're going to invest in before we even invest in them. So we spend 5 weeks with them. They live in our building. They pretty much live there with us. So it's a fully residential experience, and we really get to test the team and how they face adversity. So when we take them out to survival, are they a team player, or they just slack off because who cares what this activity is? And usually all the founders that have been successful, if you go back and you ask the military leaders that trained them during survival, they're like, oh, that person was always all in pushing forward. So we're able to gauge things like this, which I guess gives us an advantage. Let's see. So Airbnb, they had 3 founders at the beginning. The first 2 went to the same school. They had worked on projects together. And then the third one, Nathan, he had built a Facebook app that had over 75,000 users. So this was a really solid team. One of their benefits, or one of their competitive advantages, was brand. The 2 guys, Joe and Brian, they were like brand experts and PR experts. So that added to what the platform actually was preaching. And then an ask. A lot of founders forget to ask. For example, Adam, it would have been an awesome opportunity if when you were up here, you told the crowd to sign up for your platform, or to give it a shot, or to refer you to customers. Not necessarily raise money, right? But use events like this to always bring people onto your platform, or to create connections. So always have an ask. Usually an ask is money. In the case of Airbnb, it was a financial ask. They were asking for $500,000. This would last them for about 12 months, if I read there correctly, and they wanted to get to 80,000 trips booked with that money. You can go into what you're going to use that money for. Obviously, that's beneficial. to understand, hey, 20% to marketing, 30% to an engineer that we're trying to hire, etc. So show the breakdown. And then always have your contact info for pitch events, etc. Now, what is, okay, so this is the overview. It's very simple. It actually fits in 2 minutes. And I encourage you to go home and really analyze your company. Try to make a story. Have different stories for different audiences. Like if I was pitching to a room of investors, the story might be a little different. If I was pitching to a room of just potential customers, the story might be a little different. But basically put the people in the audience in the shoes of the people that are experiencing that problem. Then you go into your problem, your solution, your market, your competition, your market strategy, your team and traction, and then your ask. I would spend more time on the team and really highlight, why you guys are so strong as a team. Biggest takeaways: do not avoid startup methodologies. A lot of these, new blockchain companies, they just get rid of all of that. They don't have validation. They don't have traction. They go straight sometimes into these big ICOs, and the product doesn't exist. And startups, they have a methodology, lean methodology, which I think one of you mentioned in the last session. How to build products that are actually a good market fit. Just because you're using blockchain tech does not mean you'll be successful. We've seen this a lot where they say, oh, our competitive advantage is because we use blockchain. And then the whole thing falls apart when you ask them, hey, why not use a database? Like, what is the actual advantage of using blockchain technology for this? And the whole thing falls apart. And then team transcends industry. So always place an emphasis on your team, no matter what industry you're in. Especially in this industry, make sure you have somebody very technical as the core. All right, so my ask, if you guys are startups interested in being accelerated and connecting to our Draper ecosystem. By the way, Tim Draper was investor in, there's a bunch of them. Bancor, Tezos, Ledger, Coinbase. We have an accelerator in our building just for blockchain companies. Coinbase, that was their first investor. So we have a 5-week program coming up. It's equity free. It's the first time we're doing this. We put this together to really spot great talent. And now that our university is really producing a lot of awesome talent. So 5 weeks, starts June 17th. If you're interested in that, I'm looking for longevity projects. So how to make people live longer. Artificial intelligence projects, space technologies, and blockchain technology. And sometimes blockchain has a bunch of these other ones in it. So 5 weeks, equity free. Would love to chat with you. Send me an email, and I'll put my email. So that's just Juan@draperuniversity.com. If it doesn't fall into one of these, there is a lot, we have a big pipeline for these projects. We will be running our typical sessions, but those usually cost money. We do give a lot of scholarships, so still feel free to message me with your startup, and would love to add value to you however possible. If you guys send me like a 1-minute or 2-minute pitch video, I'll give feedback. You can send it over email or Instagram or Twitter or whatever you want. Cool? All right. Thank you so much then. We can do 1 or 2 pitches. Justin, do you want to pitch again or?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Can you make the slides available?
Yeah, if you send me an email, I'll send it to you. Cool. That's probably the easiest way. All right, so Justin's going to pitch now.
Sure. So my name is Justin Paul, and I'm the founder of INGI. What we've essentially created was a way in which content creators and charitable organizations could leverage that content to help raise money for a charitable organization. And how we do this is through blockchain technology. So for the first time ever, you as a user could go on the platform and earn something for your viewership. The way you would use Facebook or Twitter, or YouTube, you're watching content, you're liking or commenting on things, but you're not really getting any real value from that. So what we're providing you is actual value to what you're doing. And on our platform, you'll be mining a coin that has real intrinsic value. You'll be able to go to a concert, music festival, a show through our partnerships with Live Nation and Ticketmaster. And the best part about all this is that just simply watching content, you're earning a coin for a charitable organization that the content creator is supporting. So we streamlined the entire process.
content creators don't have to choose whether they want to work with YouTube or they want to work with NG. They could do both. We simply just share the API or the stream with us, and it's an added revenue stream for the content creator. It's free donations for the charity. There's absolutely no fundraising cost to them. And the greatest part about all that is that you could go watch Ed Sheeran after a week of using the NG platform. Thank you.
So I think he covered the majority of the things we covered. The only thing that I would just like to hear as an audience member would be a more compelling story at the beginning. Because what you're doing is great, right? You're helping these charities, and I think you could create more of an emotional connection with the audience. And maybe that whole Ed Sheeran thing, like maybe put it at the beginning. Like, how many of you actually watch YouTube videos all the time? You're watching Ed Sheeran, you're wasting your time. But did you know that all these charitable organizations, they need your support? So how can we? And then you go off or whatever. Cool. All right. I think we're that on time. By the way, I have these cards with the whole 5-week program. I'll leave them here. If you want to take it, my email's there and more information on the equity-free program that we're running. Cool? Oh, you get living space in Silicon Valley for 5 weeks. So it's a great way to just live there, create connections, get hooked onto the Draper ecosystem, and we'll help you out. Cool.
Hello, hello. All right. I'm gonna go back on the slide. Sweet. All right. All right. Hello. I'm back. All right. So yeah, definitely grab some swag. If you have any questions, I will ask you to take them outside as we're going to move into our next panel thing. Okay, it's a showcase. So next up, we have another blockchain for social impact incubator showcase. So I will ask the AV team to please queue up the next video and ask everyone else to direct your attention to the monitor over here. Awesome, thanks. All right. It always catches me off guard. I'm not sure if there's another part of the video. All right, cool. So for those wishing to stay in this room, we are now going to have a lightning talk about Dignity Coin. Is Chris Fabian in the room? Maybe the person who coughed. Just kidding. Didn't mean to call you out like that. I'm sorry. He's what? That'd be awesome. Maybe he's running to the restroom or something. Or she. Don't assume. Or they. Oh, no, you're good. You're literally right on time. We just ended a little early. Cool. All right. And do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And can... No, you gave it to us already, right? All right, cool. And can we queue up the Dignity Coin presentation?
Got it. Green one forward.
Cool. And then I'm going to give you a 5-minute one. 5 minutes left.
Cool. Thanks. Hi, everybody. Can you hear in the back? Or do I need a microphone? I don't. How is the level? It's all right. It's being recorded, so AV. It's being recorded. AV people. Can I grab that one? AV people are amazing. Yeah, he's like, you better speak into that. My name's Chris. I'm not going to be talking about a coin. UNICEF has no plans for a coin offering. So if that's really why you're here, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. But I wanted to tell you all a little bit about the work we're doing in the crypto space and do it in about, 15 minutes or so. I'm going to go pretty quickly because there's a lot of stuff happening. So please come up and chat with us afterwards if you have more questions. There we go. UNICEF is a really big international organization. It has about 190 offices around the world. It has about 12,000 staff and about a $5.5 billion a year budget. And this organization, which works for the world's most marginalized and vulnerable children, also purchases 30% of the world's vaccines. That's enough to shift markets to allow us to work with pharmaceutical companies and really set agendas at a pretty massive and global level. Our team specifically, the ventures team inside of UNICEF, tries to look at how new technologies and emerging technologies can impact the work that we already do globally. So our investments from our venture fund include things like drones and UAVs for delivering medicine, data science for understanding the movement of disease, and other sort of places where there's an intersection between these $100 billion market cap industries and the near future and the needs of humanity. Over the course of 2017, we started looking at various places where we thought we should learn about distributed ledger and advanced cryptography, and we found a few that are up on the screen. But most importantly, what it showed us is that the next year to 2 years for us and for many other international organizations in the UN system look both exciting, terrifying, and confusing, or all three of those at the same time. But that's the future. It's a creepy place. Some of the issues that UNICEF works on are things like migration, the fact that there are right now 55 million kids who are on the move because of war and violence. That's a lot of people who don't have a government to serve them, who don't have an ID that protects them, who don't have a ministry to give them the services they need. We work in a world that is broken. So right now there are about 700 million children who aren't getting the right food. Either there's too much water on their land or there's not enough. And if you don't get the right food, you don't grow. Your body doesn't grow physically, you get physically stunted. Your brain doesn't develop full cognitive capacity. That's a huge problem. It means that you will not be able to solve the problems that are coming. We also live in a world of increasing job change. So we all sort of know this, but a fact that I learned recently that I didn't know is that automation affects women much worse than it affects men. So any place that you are a weaker link in terms of the link from formal system to informal, any place where you have fewer options, you will be hit harder by automation. And that's true in developed countries and in also countries that have poorer or more rickety economies. And also it's a world, this is all the depressing stuff, I promise the fun things are coming right after. It's a world where a pandemic and a disease moves more quickly than ever. We saw this in the big Ebola crisis in 2014, how present Ebola was on everybody's mind. We're not seeing enough concern about it right now, I think with the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo. But it's a world where because of air travel, it's one world. And that's good because we are one human species, even though we forget about that all the time. But I want to tell two stories about spaces where cryptography, I think, and at least where some application of complicated mathematics to lots of data can provide some entry points to hope, because those are all depressing slides. So I'm going to tell you two stories and then talk a little bit about what we're doing with our Dignity
liquidity network at the end, which is not a coin, and UNICEF has no plans to pursue a coin at this point. So here's a story about Dublin from last year. In December of last year, we set up a provocation to ourselves, and we worked with a bunch of refugee families and Airbnb and the One Foundation in Dublin. And we took 10 refugee families and we gave them a bunch of little plastic chips. Each chip had a number on it. Those numbers were unique. And the refugees were able to choose a set of services from Airbnb experience hosts. And that was pretty neat. So you could go for a walk in the park, a museum tour, an art lesson, and you as a refugee who are always given stuff like take this bottle of water, send your kid to that school, do this thing, suddenly have some ability to make your own choices in the world. That was kind of cool. And we created a link between us and One Foundation and Airbnb where refugees could go through that process. They could put their little plastic chips into Airbnb service providers' hands. Those Airbnb experience hosts could take those chips and then take them to Airbnb later and redeem them for Airbnb credit, which is kind of neat. So suddenly you see somebody making a decision. And also, of course, because everything has a little number on it, those numbers are saved. You can see who did what. You create a ledger of people's activities that could be transformed into something that could let those people maybe get a small loan later on. And that was interesting. We did this test again 2 weeks later. So this was the first test. We did it like also right up at the very, very end of the month. And this time we had 10 refugee families, none of whom spoke English. They all spoke only Arabic. One of the refugees from the first group came back. She happened to speak both English and Arabic, and she became a translator. She became an Airbnb experience provider for this second group of refugees. And suddenly she was collecting these little tokens. And suddenly at the end of this, she went and took her tokens, but she hadn't been part of the formal system that, like, we hadn't planned this, took them to Airbnb and was like, hey, I've got these things. You said they count for these people who have accounts with Airbnb, but I don't have one. I'm a refugee. I'm kind of undocumented as far as Airbnb goes. I've got these tokens. Hoda now has her own Airbnb experience page. If you go to Dublin, you can book a trip with her. She is actually an art historian as well as being a translator. She was able to move from being a part of society that wasn't connected to anything formal to being connected to the systems that we all take advantage of all the time, and to do it in a way that was kind of mathematically verifiable and gave her a sense of existence and hope. And that was pretty exciting to us. That was like an interesting provocation for us internally, and also we had great partnership and collaboration from those two groups. So that's kind of neat. The second story I wanted to tell is also about education, and it's about schools. So this is new. This is a picture of Colombia. These are all the schools. This is about 60,000 schools. And this is the amount of information poverty that exists in those schools. This is real-time connectivity data, kilobytes per minute, per hour, per day, of those schools. The schools that are green have great connectivity. We're getting pretty good real-time data about how well they're connected. The schools that are in yellow have mediocre connectivity, and the schools that are in purple, we have no data for. This is the first time anybody in the world has put together data about where schools are, where their locations are, which you can sort of get, and how connected they are. And that doesn't necessarily tell you how well kids are learning, but it does tell you something. The more connected a place is, the less likely a disease is to spread in that place. So if you had an outbreak of Zika, it's going to spread along that red line in the middle, not across the green, because where people are connected, you can give them a call, send them a text, chat with them, and tell them what to do. Where people are disconnected, they have no access to the services that all of us take for granted when we're accessing information. This is part of a project called Project Connect. If you're interested in that, this has nothing to do with crypto, but it's really cool, and you can go and see it online. We're mapping every school in the world and figuring out how connected they are. But what does this have to do with us in this room? Here's another country. This is not yet fully operational. That's why I put that in the corner. So this is not real, but I'm showing you a dream. We've all been in this situation before in the startup world. So here's a dream that will be real soon, but it's close to being real. Here's Kyrgyzstan, and here's Kyrgyzstan with the schools mapped in it. If you look at Kyrgyzstan and you look at the schools, you can imagine being somebody who wants to fund access to education or access to learning. And you can imagine being somebody who doesn't want to fund that and have your money just vanish into nowhere, but you want it to be countable and traceable. You want to have some sense of what you were doing. So Freddie, who's our blockchain architect, hi, wave, has been working on connecting Project Connect with the school mapping to an ability to move funds. So what if you could actually say, I want to increase the connectivity of a certain school? What if you could say that I, as a government or as an organization, could start to change the way a school is connected, and you could actually see that in real time? For somebody like me who's skeptical of everything in the world, this would give me a great deal of comfort that the money that I'm putting in, that I'm investing into something, is being well used. And for governments and for companies and
actually for all of us, education is an investment. It's not something where we're losing money. If we put our money into educating people and giving them access to opportunity and choice, that's the best way to reduce global volatility, which means that all of us can continue to do the things we like in nice cities with money and make sure the world doesn't fall apart asymmetrically around us. So these are two stories about where we've seen really interesting spaces for a combination of complicated mathematics and cryptography and big human needs. In terms of looking at what we do next, we were thinking, so what if you did have a line like a line of refugees where you go from a refugee to a service provider, to a company that maybe wants to fund that, to a government who's interested in that. And what if you started to have a bunch of those lines? We've seen various projects that are engaged in doing, tokenized education, making sure that records are available, tokenizing health. And these projects and these individual streams of work are often both very low liquidity and very focused on a specific set of partners. And we started to wonder, what if we could collectively, as UNICEF, as an organization with this tremendous market position, brand recognition, and the partners like Airbnb, One Foundation, and all of the other groups that we can easily talk to, and some of you in this room who've had conversations with us, what if we could start to form a network where we could work together to allow these small projects to have the liquidity they need to start moving, but also to create a fair market to test them, to create a way to transact tokens across an education project, a health project, and to really create a sense for a refugee, for somebody who didn't have access to the opportunity and choice that we're so lucky to have, that they do have a sense of basic human dignity, and that we could back that as a community. So again, not a project, not yet deployed, but something that we're looking for help from this community and from others. And pretty excited to present. This is the first time anybody's seen this diagram, so there you go. We'd love to have help and collaboration in a variety of ways. You can put your name on our Google form, super sophisticated, that's the first link. And we will follow up with you in a variety of ways, or follow us online, both on our blog and on social. Thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. Oh, we have 3 more minutes if you want to take questions.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. If questions?
Questions?
Yeah. Probably take at least 1 or 2.
And then they called him back and made him stand on stage. Yeah.
Oh.
There you
I was going to grab the mic.
Here.
Huh? Oh, thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. Questions? Okay, there we go. There we go.
Hi. So I work for Oxfam, which is a global NGO, and we work very much in the same space. But I had a question about the donations in Ether. So how do you deal, because you're actually, investing in improved connectivity using those donations, how do you deal with the fluctuations in value?
Keep
of
crypto
Ether?
crypto.
Yeah.
So the problem with volatility and fluctuations is as soon as you touch fiat markets, you have to deal with on-booked assets that have this huge risk associated with them. If you can find vendors and service providers that'll take ETH or BTC and use that as crypto, you can book them as a different type of asset. So that's one way to do it. The second is if you don't have that capacity, and that's a very new thing, so that's just developing now. A lot of the groups that we work with take crypto and turn it into fiat. I think that's weak and doesn't take advantage of any of the benefits of the ecosystem, but that's the dodge they're using right now. You can also use stablecoins, but it still touches some of the same set of problems.
Have you identified areas in education where there's opportunities to create value through tokenization?
We think that some of the companies, and we'll be announcing in the next month a set of investments in about 10 new portfolio companies for the venture fund that are crypto-based companies, and some of those are education-focused. We think that at least initial explorations show us that the work we've done with Ampli in South Africa, which does teacher payment with the combination of a public and private blockchain, is pretty promising, that the ability to do record storage is quite intriguing, and that the ability to tokenize things like mentorship, which are often provided as like a volunteer service and are kind of nice, but aren't necessarily credited, and to connect something like that that's like, oh, I'm mentoring some kids. What if I could actually redeem value through a system for that would be pretty pretty cool as well. So we'll be hopefully having a test around that in end of August. Around.
You picked a vendor for that?
We have not picked a vendor for that mentorship one. So happy to chat. One more? Oh, there's one. Okay, and then one more, and then I'm gonna escape.
So this is Jesus Pizarro from Hafer International. I saw in your illustration that you have a DAO, a decentralized autonomy organization. What do you want to do with the DAO?
Get rid of my job.
Okay.
We believe that, so in that, now none of that diagram exists, right? That's all not true, and you just saw a dream. We need to get out, the way that international development works right now doesn't work. And the way that these decisions are made doesn't work, and we know that. And we believe that trying some systems of more regenerative capital and injecting group decision-making into things in a fair way would fundamentally change the way the world works. So we'll see, but none of that is true, and none of that has happened. Thank you so much, everybody.
Sweet. All right. Okie doke. All right, awesome. Okay, cool. So next up, we have another lightning talk on Top Coder. More than code using blockchain for real-world impact. I think Ashley is, hanging out right by me. All right, so for those of you staying in the room, hang out here. Otherwise, if you have any questions, head outside, please. All right, Ashley, come on. I'll show you how this all... Oh, it's already up there. Perfect. Okay. All right, so your presentation's there. You can see it on the screen at the bottom in case you can't see the larger monitor.
Oh, okay.
And then
cool.
you can just hit the green button to go forward and red to go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I'll be sitting up front. I'll give you a 5-minute warning when you have 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Thanks so much for sticking around. I know we're at the end of the day today, so I appreciate you guys being here. My name is Ashley Steele, and I am the Global Director for Expert Communities at Top Coder. We're a leading crowdsourcing company, and today I'm going to be talking about our blockchain expert community and how we're bringing together developers from all over the world. There we go. So what do these individuals have in common? It's hard to just take a look at this slide and find a commonality. We have an engineer from France. We have a graduate student from Germany. We have a medical student from the US. We even have a lawyer specializing in regulation. It's hard to take a look and just find what these 6 people have in common. But this is actually one of our winning teams from the Blockchain Social Impact Incubator that we ran with Consensus. So these 6 people came together virtually online, met each other, and came up with a solution that will have real-world impact. I mean, if you think about that for a minute, that's just amazing. I mean, 20 years ago, would you imagine that people could meet online and solve a real-world problem? And this was just one of 94 teams that participated in this hackathon. And this was enabled by Top Coder's platform. So as I said, we had over 660 registrants to our hackathon, hailing from 58 different countries. We had just one person from Austria to 150 people in India register, and they're dispersed all over the world. And they came together to compete and collaborate in this hackathon using the Top Coder platform. Now, Top Coder has actually been around since 2001, which surprises a lot of people. But we knew early on that we needed a way to give developers, designers, and data scientists a way to freelance their work. And we decided the best way to do that was through competition. And recently, with the gig economy taking off, our community has exploded. We're at over 1.3 million members right now. And studies are showing that this is on the rise. So The Economist came out recently and said 1 in 3 workers in the US are actually freelancers. And that Gartner actually predicted that 75% of enterprises will be using crowdsourcing, and that 20% of their application development will actually be done through crowdsourcing. Those are staggering numbers. So we're really focused on really developing our community and making sure that they're up to speed on the latest technologies. We're also interested in what motivates them. We originally got into this because we needed a way to give freelancers a way to work. So a lot of them come to our platform for their livelihood. They're coming to get paid. However, some of them are now coming to earn recognition. They just want to be able to say, hey, look at this awesome challenge that I just won against hundreds of other people in the world. And then people like the Kidner team that I mentioned in the first slide, they came because they wanted to network and connect with other people that were interested in the same things as them. I actually spoke to them and they said that they all shared the same values, and that's really what connected them. They were looking for something that would connect healthcare and IT, and that's why they ended up coming together as a team. And then the last one on here is learning. So a lot of people actually come to our platform to learn a new technology. And that's where we decided to partner with Consensus to create a blockchain community. Our blockchain expert community really focuses on developing our members into experts in Ethereum. And we are looking at bringing in other technologies such as Hyperledger and Corda and other blockchain technologies, but right now our focus is developing these members in the Ethereum space. And we're doing that by providing them educational content, learning materials, and also educational challenges. So we'll give them a simple smart contract and say, if you can accomplish this in Ethereum, you can now graduate to the next more complex problem. We follow the same growth model for most of our expert communities by really promoting to our 1.3 million members that, hey, you're going to have the opportunity to learn a new technology. Here's where to sign up. And then we provide them those educational challenges to get started. And then we feed them more real-world problems to really hone their skills and to become experts. We launched this back in October with Consensus, and we have now over 10,000 blockchain Ethereum experts in our community. We've run over 30 challenges in this space, anywhere ranging from smart contracts to bug fixes to application development to design. And we've also run 2 hackathons. Obviously, we've been talking all day about the BSIC hackathon that just closed, and that was really a demonstration of kind of how far our community has come. So how do we take this community of developers that we've really brought together and drive change? The Decentralized Impact Incubator is a great example of this. And as I mentioned, we had over 660 people come together to work on 4 different use cases. And we leveraged our crowdsourcing advantage of a platform that brings people together from all over the world that have never met, that might share the same values and bring different expertise to the table. I gave the example of a lawyer, specializing in regulation, connecting with somebody that is a medical student and coming up with Kidner, which could possibly impact humanity and change the world. And that's available through our platform to be able to connect. We also had 47 different use cases come in besides the 5 winning solutions. So if you think about it, we've discussed those 5 today. There's 42 others that are out there that are probably just as great, but we can leverage all of those ideas, and all of those ideas can move forward. So in 6 weeks, you have 47 ideas across 4 use cases from 660 people. I mean, those numbers are just amazing. And I've been in crowdsourcing for 7 years, so it's easy to be desensitized to the magnitude of that, but really just being able to network with that many developers all over the world is amazing. I know you guys have seen some of these winning solutions today. We did have some great presentations, and we will be uploading the winning videos to our blockchain.topcoder.com website, so you'll be able to check those out. But I just wanted to highlight some of the winning solutions here. Kidner, I mentioned, that was the team of 6 individuals that represented 4 different countries that came together and are trying to find a decentralized way to connect kidney donors with kidney recipients. We also have PopChain, who wants to change the whole way that we look at our census. We have Thor, that's looking at really crowdsourcing, which thought that sounded familiar, in their weather data so that they can bring real accurate weather to third world countries and be able to predict the weather more accurately. We have Greenblocks, who wants to make it more available to cities what farmland is farmable and leasable, which really spoke to me. I live in the greater Boston area, and I couldn't begin to tell you what is available, and this would really bring that to the public. And then finally, Unchained, who actually spoke earlier and really wants to be able to secure identities for refugee populations. So again, these are just 5 of the 47 ideas that we did get, but they're amazing, and I definitely recommend checking out the videos. And we look forward to continuing to drive change with our blockchain practice and to partner with Consensus to find ways to continue to bring these solutions. I think that's it. Thank you. We have questions? Okay. Any questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead. I didn't know if they were bringing you a mic.
Nope, I am.
Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you if you don't have one.
I noticed that you talked about how you started in the series that you notify people in there that, hey, this is a new opportunity. And I'm just curious about that because.
Yeah, absolutely. So for our larger community, when we launched our blockchain expert community, we promoted within our 1.3 million network of developers and designers and said, hey, this is coming. But for the actual hackathon, we also promoted that within our blockchain expert community, as well as to the social, channels, so that we brought new members in. I know a lot of the members that were in our hackathon were actually new to Topcoder completely. So they found Topcoder through all of the social networking that we did to promote this hackathon.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe not so quick question. Are you able to tell me if you have any members of your blockchain community in the Caribbean region? And number 2, the platform Unchained, is that something that could be adapted to deal with the issue of people that live in remote, poor communities, the indigenous peoples in forests around the world that do want to be contacted? Can that also be a solution for their challenges?
So for your second question, I won't speak for Unchained, but I believe yes. And for the first one, I can definitely get back to you if there was anybody registered. But I think if we go back, I think that there were. So I'll definitely look that up for you. Of the 58 countries, I would have to believe there was at least a couple.
Take one more.
Hi, I have a question in whether I'd like to know if you have any data on the number of companies that go through the number of groups or teams that go through a hackathon, and how many of these become real companies or become real entities, say 1, 2, 3, 5 years down the line. Thank you.
So I know some of the winning solutions were actually companies before they join, but I don't know if you have more to add to that, Vanessa.
There's 6 companies that came out of the hackathon, and they're moving forward. And we even had some companies with founders who didn't know each other before the incubator hackathon. So we're very bullish on the fact that we think these companies will be sustainable, because it's not a 2-day hackathon. It's not even a 2 weeks hackathon. This is a real team effort for them to come together, analyze the issues, analyze if a blockchain is actually the right answer to the issues that they identified. And so I think that creates really a really strong team around their ideas. And so the goal in the next iteration of what we do is continue, instead of just giving them the prize money, is also to support them in the development of their company.
Yeah, and I did forget to mention, so this was the first time Topcoder actually ran a hackathon with teams. So our community are they participate individually. So this was very interesting for us to do a team format. So moving forward, I think this is something that we definitely want to continue to do. Obviously, it proved to connect a lot of our members together and bring expertise together. So we really enjoyed this format. We good at time? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. All right. Okay. So next up, we have a panel about the future of impact investing. So I'm looking for William, Decker, and Kevin. Oh, perfect. You're all sitting up right in front. Cool. Huh? Oh, are you going to be on it as well? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, all right. I'll let you introduce.
He was 6.
No worries. Oh, you're good. Okay. Oh, okay. You can also use your mic here too. Whatever you want. All right. So before you guys start, so when you want to speak on the mics, you'll see it just says speaker. Just make sure to press it. And I'll give you a 5-minute warning if that is left.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Outstanding. So I'm Bill Cunningham. I am the chief economist of cryptocurrency. Not yet. I want to be. And I'm kind of pressing Consensus to hire me as such. So I'm an economist, University of Chicago trained. We're going to talk today about the future of impact investing. How many people know what impact investing is? Raise your hand. It's maximizing financial and social return through investment techniques and technologies. So what we're going to, before I get started, shout out, I don't know if my sister is in the room. It's my sister, Steph Flood. Got to say hi to her because she's holding the July 4th barbecue. And if I don't say shout out, she won't invite me. So it's very good. The other shout out is to Mr. Zhang from Georgetown, Mr. Liu from Georgetown, Miss Arbaka, and Mr. Owusu, and Mr. Yi, and Mr. Brand. Those are all of my interns. And then, of course, thank you to the folks at Consensus who invited me here today. I spoke at a conference that you guys had last year. I guess I didn't do too badly. So again, what are we trying to accomplish here today? So we're trying to define impact investing and look at blockchain's role in heightening or decreasing impact investing. And what we've done is we brought together a bunch of experts, people with much more money than I have, and much more expertise in the field than I have. So we'll go through them real quick. We're going to make this fast because we don't have a lot of time. So I'm just going to go through this very, very quickly. I think, as a matter of fact, I'll skip the introduction. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves because we're going through this so quickly. So again, defining impact investing's past, present, and future, and the role that blockchain might play.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa Grillette. I'm Executive Director at Consensus. I'm also the President of the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition Foundation. I've been working at Consensus for almost 2 years, but prior to that, I was in the financial services, and I've been an impact investor for 10 years.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Barrow. I'm one of the founders of Mark Labs. Mark Labs is a company which helps organizations to quantify and communicate their social impact. We are a 4-year-old company. We were Techstars backed, and we incorporated blockchain from the very beginning when it wasn't possible to get this many people in the country together to discuss blockchain much more in Washington, D.C.
Hello, I'm Decker Rolfe. I've been paying attention to impact investing, formerly known as socially responsible investing, ESG investing, many different terms, since I started my career in the dot-com boom. My career has been in startups and venture finance from an arguable desert of that space, the Northern Rocky Mountains. Boulder and some other places have and Salt Lake are great examples of innovation communities that have really come up in the recent sort of 2.5 decades, but most recently in the last decade. And people in the startup ecosystem are very, very attuned to impact now. My wife and I are no exceptions. She's the founder. I've been sort of the advisor board member, and with our own balance sheet, we are impact investors now that we have had the good fortune of a positive outcome with one of the ventures. But in addition to that, I sit on the board of Calvert Impact Capital, which is known historically as the Calvert Foundation. It's a 2.5-decade-old financial intermediary. We do lending abroad and domestically with all different kinds of thematic impact. But that's an important note that it's lending, it's not equity, and we can talk more about that later.
Very good. All right. So we're going to start, I think, with Kevin by talking about impact, how you measure it, what it is, and what you do.
Brilliant. I think a great place to start would be with context. So I think probably when Calvert was getting started, a lot of impact investors that were active in the field were motivated by a desire to feel good, right? So you couldn't really distinguish their activities from, in terms of the type of return that they were looking for from philanthropy. And I would say that a lot of that return had to do with emotional friction. And one of the things that we are starting to see that I've seen, and this works, this is across the board, whether we're dealing with foundations, whether we're dealing with family offices, whether we're dealing with institutional capital, is that now there really is the desire to have social transformation being front and center. And I think there are quite a few things which are driving this. One is the availability of data, the ability to access data in increasingly accurate degrees at scale and at a price which is affordable. This is something which historically just hasn't been the case. Additionally, the ability to incorporate machine learning, IoT, cloud technology, even satellite technology in terms of the way some of the tools that can be brought to the fore in figuring out whether impact has been had. The ability to crowdsource data cheaply due to mobile and other forms of technology. All these things come together, and blockchain could just be a very powerful tool amongst many others that, when incorporated, actually allows for very powerful things to happen. I'm going to speak today from the perspective of my company, Mark Labs, and specifically what we do is we allow impact investors to be able to use smart contracts to be able to drip release their investments conditioned upon the submission of KPIs, other forms of performance metrics, which allow the investors to understand that they are indeed having an impact. What this allows is a transition from an investment by request to an investment by performance. And this changes the game in terms of everyone from governments to corporations to traditional investors and institutional capital being able to get involved and to be able to actually prove that they are having the impact that they are indeed desiring. And I'm happy to elaborate on any of those points.
I'd just like to add that I think the field, and I'll speak for myself, but my opinion of the field is that a major barrier is reporting and metrics and the accountability at the source data level. It's a major pain point. So the fact that Mark Labs is making an effort and it's based in blockchain, and the immutability of that is really exciting, and it's a potential game changer for the industry, because the standardization of impact metrics is not here yet. There are some great frameworks, Iris and others that are out there that are helping, and it's certainly a good stab at it, but there isn't the same standardization that is sort of what you would expect if you're in the traditional financial system, and frankly what is expected for the large capital flows to take place.
So how big is Calvert, and what do you guys use currently to measure impact?
Calvert has a loan portfolio that varies between, the last few years, $250 and $350 million. For 2.5 decades, I think the in aggregate number is somewhere, it's like 2.6 billion or something like that. And as far as impact metrics, it's the old paradigm. It's not automated. It's human based a lot. It's the final beneficiary reporting and getting with their customers, the end borrowers or the end beneficiaries, and it's at that level. And it's a lot of relationship based and trust based stuff. It's not. Sometimes it is automated and immutable, but there's a lot that isn't. So to me, blockchain introduces that potential in a way that is heretofore not possible.
So I just want to jump in on something that Decker said. Decker was speaking about the I guess, the standardization of KPIs, the standardization of metrics in the impact investing space, and how that has historically held people back. At Mark Labs, we actually start off with the premise of the non-standardization of KPIs when it comes to impact. And specifically, we do that because we realize just how sensitive and nuanced impact is. Like, imagine that you were trying to deal with issues like homelessness and comparing New York, London, and Johannesburg. You know, we're talking about radically different ways. Much more if you were to break that apart in terms of looking at, you know, mental health, recidivism, job training, and affordable housing as drivers of homelessness, and you realize just how nuanced it can come. And when we look at many of the historical tools, such as IRIS or GEARS, while, you know, they are and remain incredibly powerful frameworks, many times they are oppressive. Like, how many of us that actually own or run companies and we're dealing with reporting mechanisms, you could very easily spend so much of your time reporting and not actually doing the work which is going to be impactful. And so this is where we see the role of big data, you know, and machine learning and blockchain coming together to create the possibility of iterative metrics and metrics which remain constantly relevant and contextualized for the specific organizations, but can still be driven and consistent with an investment thesis for an organization like Calvert.
And Vanessa, what's your thought in terms of how Consensus is approaching impact investing?
Sure. So Consensus started as a venture production studio created by Joe Lubin to really develop applications on the Ethereum blockchain. And our approach has been to create as many opportunities for developers, investors, and other people who want to get involved in the space to find solutions that solved issues that you really care about and being intentional about it. Because the blockchain in itself has huge implications and has huge impact. The mere fact that you just decentralize the technology system is already very impactful. So what we see at Consensus, and also for the blockchain for social impact, is that we want to bring that intentionality and bring to the core of what the developers do or what the innovators do, ethics and the way that we do business, and embed that within the technology. And that's really important for us that as the industry is so young, we want people to be able to think about governance. How decentralized is the project that I'm doing? What are the risks that there's some unintended consequences about what I'm doing. So really taking a human-designed approach, working with people on the ground, but also being really intentional and thoughtful about the solutions that you're creating.
And Decker, what are some of the institutional constraints that a Calvert faces that other smaller investors might not?
I guess I'd characterize it as stewardship. We have thematic areas that are sort of mandates that draw our inflow of capital. I invite anybody to please learn about our thematic areas of impact, financial inclusion, climate and energy. A lot of the same list that we're talking about today. So the constraints are one, thematic, and then two, kind of, as I said before, it's lending, not equity. And I hope that means something to everybody, but making loans instead of taking ownership positions in companies. That's another restriction. And then on the flip side, one thing that we've been able to do that's an innovation that I think our CFO is here with me today, and it's another possible area of blockchain application is the original product, if you will, the financial product we have, the kind of loan is listed in a legal document called a community investment note. And it's been around for 2 decades. It was very innovative when it came out. It still remains quite innovative in the lending industry. And there might be something I still haven't gotten my head around blockchain well enough to understand fully, but there might be something around creating a smart contract that could be as innovative, the next level of innovation.
I would add to this that there's some thinking about the social impact bond space and how blockchain can help make the process a little bit more workable and accelerate the adoption of social impact bonds. So we're working with some of the large institutions in the space to automate and the outcomes and how people review the outcomes before payments go out.
If you take the two previous comments together, you see that what's actually being addressed are three of the major reasons why impact investing has been held back in terms of it's achieving its true potential. And the first is like dealing with accountability and transparency, kind of if you take Decker's point, and then if you look at Vanessa's point, the ability to link payments to performance, to link payments to success, right, which is essentially at the core of social impact bonds. So when you bring that together with transparency and distributed network, then essentially what you allow is for systems effects to actually truly start to be taken into account. If this data is actually made public, and there's the transparency and there's the ability of individual investors to be able to understand how their unique approach to the market and the social problem that's in focus actually fits within the ecosystem's context, and that's when the magic truly begins to become possible.
I think that's right. That's we talked last year about the investment that we've developed to address homelessness, and it's the returns are embedded in some of the systems that are a part of the investment. Real quickly, we'll go down the roll here. The future of impact investing. You got 1 minute.
So I speak in soliloquy, so 1 minute, I'm not sure if I can do that, but I see institutional capital getting involved. So it's going to see increasingly the funds, the pension funds, universities, capital, which historically been locked, and their stakeholders are going to put increasing pressure for them to participate. We saw a links major statement, the head CEO of BlackRock earlier this year in January. 5% of the capital market, $6 trillion in terms of AUM, is going to be directed and influenced based on whether corporations are taking a social mandate into account when they're operating. And so impact investing is here. And I think because of the people in this room and the increasing popularity and sentiment around recognizing how important this is, it's going to be influencing the way the capital markets actually move in the future.
Agree with that. As a case example, Calvert Impact Capital is affiliated, separate entities, but the brand has been known for decades also because of the Calvert Mutual Fund Company, which was one of the early ESG mutual fund offers, issuers, 3 decades ago with like Domini and others. That company was bought by Eaton Vance last year. Eaton Vance is a tier 2 global asset manager, and that's exciting and also frightening in some ways because there are internal champions, and I feel comfortable, sharing that they're really excited because the market is demanding impact. There's a number of things there. Millennial values are a big thing. The transfer of wealth from current asset owners to the millennial generation is a big deal. And the value difference between those owners is a big deal. The fact that Eaton Vance has taken a transactional approach to buying into impact is actually exciting and good, but the proof will be in the pudding in 5 years, how much they fully adopt it and how much it scales through their organization. So I'm optimistic, and I think the future is institutional for sure. One other thing, a data point that came out, there's a great media outlet. It's called Impact Alpha. It's the online sort of news source for trends and current articles and topics and deals that are done. If anybody's interested in this space, I highly recommend Impact Alpha. And they put out a report re-reporting GIN's number, Global Impact Investing Network's number, that right now $228 billion of assets under management are impact directed.
So I would say the future of impact investing is investing. As long as we are able to overcome the hurdles and the legacy approach that we've had in impact investing, getting stuck on measurement issues, getting stuck on perception, and until we do that, institutional investors will not come in. And I think the blockchain is the opportunity to automate, and with other technologies, is the opportunity to automate and bring more transparency to this. The focus on concessionary returns has also been holding back the space. So, you know, for me, impact investing is aiming at market returns and societal returns. And I think that is the aspiration of our generation, the millennials. So that there's no difference between making money and then giving it away or driving impact. And that we embed in all our businesses, whether it's transforming our existing businesses or investing in new businesses, driving that impact there.
Very good. Well, thank all of you guys. So my summary is money doesn't work. We know that. We know venture capital doesn't work for black people, doesn't work for women. You know, we know that basically 80% of the life on this planet has been eliminated due to basically a profit motivation that's embedded in the society. Y'all recognize that that doesn't work and that the current system is not sustainable. So basically what you're seeing is you're seeing these guys and others try to develop. Oh, by the way, my sister showed up here. I just want to say hi to my sister so I can get into that barbecue. So basically what you're seeing is you're seeing new tools being developed to heighten social return so that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, you won't run into extinction level events with respect to the current society. Now, whether or not this is successful, whether or not this keeps going, will depend upon you guys. You know, it definitely will depend upon you. You all recognize that the old system doesn't work. That's why, and when I point to blockchain and make that statement, I refer you to the Genesis block of blockchain. Everybody know what the Genesis block is? It's the first block of blockchain of Bitcoin. And they reference this issue with respect to the failure. The guy said, I'm inventing this technology because the old system doesn't work. Here it is, a marker in the first block of Bitcoin that tells you exactly why I'm doing this and what I'm doing. So impact investing is designed to heighten and drive up social returns because the financial ethos or lack of ethics, that we've seen on the financial marketplace has swamped out human values. The last thing I'd refer you to is the recent statement by the Catholic Church. We're going to read it as part of our internship program, where they talk about this need to refocus finance on human values. That's basically what impact investing does. So I think with that, we're done. Thank you all very much. Oh, I guess we have time. Questions? Sorry about that. Questions, comments, concerns. Okay. We'll take this one. If you want to stand up and yell real quickly.
Okay, yeah. So I think my question is really for everybody on the panel, but mostly for Mark Lab. Something about impact investing is that the difference is that your social returns actually have beneficiaries, right? They actually directly affect beneficiaries. So when you're thinking about the impact metrics, I'm just wondering, to what extent does the beneficiaries themselves have a say in what you're measuring, right? Because development has never worked. We know that it's broken, and the reason why it's broken is because it's a top-down approach. So how exactly are you changing that and thinking about what is actually measured?
Absolutely. So I think that the point that you mentioned in terms of where power has historically resided when it comes to impact data capture is absolutely central, and that's something which from the very beginning we incorporated in terms of noticing that beneficiaries and in the evolving lexicon in terms of partners are just as important, or even in some instances need to be weighted more depending upon the situation than the actual people that are contributing capital and other forms of resource. And I think what's also important is that we also, as impact investors and people that are engaged in this community, begin to realize that everything from causation to correlation and the need to effectively attribute is also something which we need to rethink. The focus on outputs and outcomes, and being able to figure out how can we take outputs and figure out how they correlate with long-term outcomes, and what are the portfolio solutions which are truly required to achieve the transformation that we want. I mean, as investors, we know we would never invest in one equity and hope for our returns, right? And similarly, when it comes to impact, it would be foolish to think that we're going to be able to invest in one solution or one program or one entity and be able to achieve the social transformation that we want. So I think that it goes beyond just simply thinking about the voices that are participating, but even our very mental frames when we're approaching impact investing, if we're going to look to achieve the social transformation which is actually possible.
Thank you all very much. One last thing, I want to shout out to the Beck Center at Georgetown, which is doing yeoman's work in terms of measuring impact, looking at this whole impact space. I'm on the faculty at Georgetown, so I have to say that, okay? But thank you all very much.
I just wanted to highlight that they just published a report which is available online on blockchain and ethics and risk management, and I think it's a really, really exciting paper. So I was talking about embedding this from the get-go in your solutions. If you go online and read that paper, you'll get a lot of information.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, I encourage you all to continue the conversation as you make your way down to the Great Hall. We have a couple more events. As far as this room goes, that's a wrap for the mezzanine, but at 6:10, I want to say, probably closer to 6:20, Joe Lubin will be delivering the keynote downstairs in the Great Hall. Enjoy, and hope to see you all at the reception.
Thank you. Sorry to run over.
No, you're fine. I checked your